just be watching these teams duke it out inside living. With that being said, the first game of the day two is over here on Miramar, and the plane flight path is going to be starting all the way from Puerto Paraiso towards Torre and Muda, and all the teams are already starting to eject outside. Gremlin Storm towards Impala, Seal towards Puerto Paraiso, and of course Los Leones will be consisting of two teams.
Well, let's see though. Will we get to see an early fight in this edition of Miramar? Starting the day off, I don't think anyone is going to go for the drop clash, but the trajectory of the plane leaning heavily
Yeah.
towards the eastern side of the map is going to force a few early fights. Between which teams we will about to find out, but the interesting switch up right here is IHC moving towards El Azhar. Now, the circle just moves away from the early stage, which just doesn't for some reason. I would have loved to see
Ooh.
them just go for an early collision against one of the squads moving towards them as well. But I
I
think
love it.
this should be an interesting matchup because I was asking for an early fight from the lads of IHC, but it seems like DW and TRZ have collided towards the southern side of Los Leones. They're
Yeah,
fighting in the
already.
mountains.
Already just kicking things off on a great note. TRZ, things just hasn't quite fallen their way yet. Already starting things off with a three-man squad inside this game because they got picked off by the players of DU Warriors. Oh
Yeah.
boy. Not a great way to start things off, but let me tell you what, the circle is something that is really making me excited because there's a chance, Johnny, this circle might just shift on those two islands on the right side.
I mean, but let's see. I mean, it's a very small possibility of that happening, but if it happens, oh boy, we are in for an absolute treat. But let's see, godlike stalwart on our screens. We are seeing the perspective of Scry now, Pika before this, but it is going to be quite interesting to see what their approach in this particular game is going to look like, because as we have been talking about it, they are fighting to take the throne away from the lads of T2K, the main rivals this time around, along with IHC, of course. But Stalwart Esport, last time yesterday, I mean, they missed out on the opportunity to win the winner-winner chicken dinner, and they were taken out quite early. This time, they're going to start off. They will be hoping to start off quite strong so that they can continue this momentum till the fourth match of the day and not really have to try to make up for a missed out opportunity, which, well, they did yesterday, but that is the reason they are second as well.
Missing out on opportunities if you're especially inside top 5, it's not affordable.
Yeah.
No matter what the cost is. Godlike Stalwart on our screens, they are the champions. They like to be the champions. Definitely will be quite jealous of the fact that TDK is currently being the challenger here. They do want to probably take him down. And keep this in mind, they are the alligators of the lobby as well, and they're looking to munch a few players away.
Well, let's see which team will they have for a meal in this particular match. But high voltage, we talked about them as well. Expectations from the fans pretty massive from this lineup, but right now sitting on the 15th position with just 21 points secured. Not too shabby, but not too great as well. They have an opportunity to make the climb, be inside the top 5, but they're gonna have to perform in this particular game. Start off strong and keep the momentum till your last game is played.
Again, keeping the momentum throughout the day definitely will be tough if you don't really have a lot of experience. We were talking about some teams, we were talking about some players, some new faces coming inside this one. They do lack a lot of experience, but keep this in mind. So far, they're doing a decent job of keeping themselves out there with some of the best teams in South Asia. They're fighting like warriors, and they are one of the warriors. They deserve to be here. Gremlin Storm on our screens. We had a conversation about them. First game was an absolute bang for them. But is this going to be the same case inside this Miramar this time?
Well,
Questions
we are about
will be
to
raised.
yeah. There are a lot of questions as to what this team will be up to, because the amount of experience that the players of Gremlin Storm have, it's massive. They are veterans of the scene. Gremlin Storm itself was an organization that have been part of the community for a long time now. I mean, it is going to be quite incredible to see them at the top as well, but only a few can get there. The rest of the squads will have to settle for just not anything but the trophy, basically, and then just come back into the next PMPL, try and snatch the victory away from the contenders over there. TRZ now on our screens. An early collision against the players of DE Warriors, resulting in them losing one of their teammates. Atomic picked off very early inside of this match. Not the start that they wanted, but a one they have to deal with now.
Yeah, big punch in the gut. They will have to take it like a man. 3-man squad throughout this entire Miramar game definitely will be really tough. Imagine the strats that you've planned with a 4-man. Now you'll need to try and execute them with just a 3-man. Limited sources, limited players on a deficit. Let's see how they will try to execute them. Elementrix on our screens as well. We had a conversation about Elementrix in the past as well, saying they really do lack in consistency. Hopefully, they are here to prove us strong this time, because there is another team in the front lines. Yuta Uta all by himself in the close lines of Deadeye's guys. Deadeye's guys should realize the fact that there is a little bit of threat being lingering around them, and they really do need to neutralize it.
But I don't think they do. I don't think they're aware of Yeta's position, and Yeta is getting all this information absolutely free of charge. If his teammates, they are able to make their way to these compounds, they have the potential of just surrounding DE and cutting off their rotation points. Take a fight while the opposition is unaware of your presence. The element of surprise working in their favor, but that is not really going to happen, as Yeta, he won't risk going into the action without his teammates near him. And DE as well, they have decided to leave their drop spot, move into another spot now. Just moving towards factory, the players split apart, a little bit further away from each other. On top, we know he's looking for a mountain to climb.
He likes to be on top.
Yep, there he goes.
What can we say? But yeah, Deadeye's guys, you talked about them currently being really consistent in the overall rankings, in the top 5, looking to keep it going throughout the competition. Again, ladies and gentlemen, inside the league play, teams usually don't tend to show their true colors. But usually, what happens in the later phases, they are left with no other choice. They will need to start exposing their true strategies. They will need to start revealing the cards they have underneath their sleeves. And this format as well will not let that happen. This format will force you to let those strategies out.
I like how Yeta just stepped back from the haystack, and then his buddy was following him right there, just trying to keep up with the master. But let's see. Potential of an early team collision denied at this point. DE, they're going to be quite comfortable in their spot, and Yeta is going to be joining his teammates from Elementrix soon. Just try and regroup as soon as possible, but on top now has the mini in his hands. He's going to try and see if he can use this DMR to shoot someone from the opposition down, and especially on this particular map of Miramar, wherein teams are engaging in fights out in the open majority of the times in the mid-game stages. You have to be extremely careful with where you go and what path you are taking, because as we do see now, DAX have made it quite close to the players of DE, and DE know they are coming.
They definitely do. And all the information that has been gathered is going to be quite vital too. Deadeye's guys on a move, want to be as quick as possible on the feet. But they also need to realize you do not want to run inside some unwanted threat. If you do, there's a chance you might just be taken down. Dax in the front, Max being unloaded. No connections found yet. Dax, they will have a clean rotation.
Well, let's see. Dax, as you said, the rotation does come through. They're managing to avoid the players from the side of DE, working out in their favor. Otherwise, this would have been a very troublesome situation for them. Imagine you run towards a squad house, lose out 2 of your players because it was under the protection of another squad, especially a team sitting in the top 3 is definitely going to be a squad that majority of the other rosters are going to try and avoid in the early stages. You don't really want to risk losing players and then not having the bodies to finish off the game in the late game. 10 minutes in, still just 1 casualty in the entire game from the side of TRZ. Everyone else just busy in their looting phases.
Still the early moments of the game. Quite a peaceful start so far. 10 minutes have passed by, but only one elimination point accumulated so far. Deadeye's guys on a scout. TRZ is still trying to make it inside the circle. The blue zone's now starting to chip away a decent amount of damage. DRS still outside the zone too. They will now try to move in. Even raw. A decent amount of teams have accumulated near Impala. But it's probably going to be the hot zone soon.
Oh, shots fired, but it is not going to hit anything or anyone. No one in the vicinity. And as you said, there are a few lads, in fact, more than a few bodies towards Impala. I mean, Seal Esports, Gremlin Storm, A1 Esport is going to be there, IHC. Then we have the lads from NOR moving in from the northern part of the map, coming down south. But Seal Esports, they have the edge of the city under control, so it's going to be their territory, and they are going to be the ones protecting this with their lives.
I love how TDK are playing it. Playing it safe and sound, not really going for some extra risky moves. Instead, just standing inside a compound, standing in their own bubble. Do not want to step outside it. Comfort zone. TDK currently almost in the smack center too. Deadeye's guys having a nice 2-2 split for themselves. Teams that are just not really able to get a lot of visual onto some human flesh yet. All they can see is just some vehicles and some info. But the information right now that is being gathered, it's going to be quite vital for the upcoming phases.
Well, as you said, it's going to be quite vital for the upcoming phases, but we do have the zone shifting, Necro, and it does move entirely towards the side of Impala. So Seal Esport, they're going to be the happy bunch right now. In a safe position, in a safe haven, and T2K, their approach to the game has gotten them right on the northwestern edge of the zone. They're going to have to deal with some pressure soon. But as long as they have that concrete cover available to them, they're going to be able to take any fight that's thrown their way.
They should be able to. But so far, what a slow start. But as I was talking about a slow start, Jiggle just whips away with his vehicle quite quickly. Dax, they were almost having their arms open to welcome him, but he was able to slip by pretty easily. Jiggle, another lifeline gift to that man. Dax is well on a quick move. Dax do not want to stay in that position anymore. IT now up against the players of A1 Esports, but this time the tables will be flipped against A1, as A1, they will be taken down. Or at least one player's been taken down. The second player still in the nearby vicinity. Sinister all the way in the back lines trying to provide some cover fire, but it has no visual on the players of IC. IC is still knocked out, bleeding away, needs help. He's begging for help too, but runs out of time. Demo try to make it towards his teammate, but he's also catching a lot of fire onto himself. It's Deadeye's guys all the way from the far fray. Sinister as well, trying to inflict some pain and hurt, but not able to do so. I'd see players are quite hurt. Now they will need to start suppressing themselves.
Well, let's see, will they be able to do that? Sinister, as you mentioned, the last player surviving first team. IHC in initiating the fight against the players of A1 Esports. Godless was taken down instantly. They lost another one from their side. Now Zeol and Demo are all that remain. And Gremlin Storm is also waiting in the periphery of this region. Just waiting to see which team will be making their way out of this and which players are they going to be able to pick off for a few extra points. Deadeye's guys also keeping their crosshairs placed on the squad house in which the lads Zeol and Demo from IHC are hiding. This is just looking absolutely brutal for IHC at this moment.
Talk about things looking brutal. Deadeye's guys on top, knocked out. Turulov still trying to patch himself up. Definitely quite in a brutal phase right now. Deadeye's guys cannot afford to take any sort of damage upon themselves. They have a little portion of the zone all for themselves. It doesn't seem like no one's even close to them. There is one team, but they are decently away, which is T2K. Definitely a T2K currently inside form. He did not want to be against him. But the next circle is going to shift right on top of the players of VIZZES club. they're going to find themselves in the lucky shoes. Even Deadeye's guys, somehow, they're going to be able to keep the compound for themselves.
Well, but let's see again, the lads from Elementrix, they have managed to avoid any sort of early collision in this matchup until now. But Orange, he's going to take a few shots from the rear. HP dropping down to barely 10 units, but he's still surviving. He's still on his feet. And as long as he's left standing, he is still a threat to everyone else. But the circle taking a very hard shift towards the western side of the map. IHC, A1 Esports, quite close to each other with a few individuals remaining, but the lads from Godlike Stalwart have managed to spot out the lads from DAX. The first knock is going to go into the hands of the players from High Voltage. DAX, one player down.
We clearly saw Elementrix were running low on meds too. Not a good news if you're Elementrix. Godlike Stalwart just peppering down some shots in the front on top of the hill. It's a clear line of sight, so you definitely do want a piece of that. You want to get as many as elimination points as possible, but High Voltage want to steal the cake here. 2 players are knocked out. Stalwart not really able to get the confirmations flowing. A toe will be spotted. Assassin. Shots being tapped away with the mini. Wants to get the confirmation. Wants to steal the elimination point away. But is Godlike Stalwart going to let that happen? Action gets knocked out in the elimination feed. That's a big elimination right there. A big punch. How are Stalwart going to recover from this? They're out in the open. This might just be perfection personified from the side of Deadeye's guys.
The shots, the spray from Chari, not really collecting on the players of DRS. Rules, he's going to manage to make his way towards his team. Well, almost does. His HP is quite low now. And True Love, he's going to make sure that he corrects his mistake. Rules is going to be dropped down to his knees. The other players from the side of DRS is rushing towards their teammate, trying to save him from perdition, but it is going to be quite tough. They are going through the fire of from the side of the lads from Deadeye's guys, but on the other side, we do see the finish speed as well. Gremlin Storm in a world of hurt. They've lost one of their players. Stalwart Esports, it doesn't really look like they're going to make it Necro this time, as Cry is going to be knocked out as well, and Pika is out in the open.
Definitely is. Stalwart Esports in quite a grim situation. 1952 against the players of Gremlin. And this time, they're going to fight back even stronger. Gremlin Storm, 1 player gets knocked out. Memo instantly, the confirmation will flow up. 1952, they're going to save themselves another day, at least for now, but they still need to make it inside the next zone. The wall of death is closing in from the back lines. And this time, it's going to chip out quite a lot of damage. Devil Boy has to go here. He has to be the sacrificial lamb. 1952. Need to make it in. Another player knocked out. Nowhere to go. Only way is to make it inside the zone. They're being forced to make their way in. That might just be it for that team. Deadeye's Warriors on our screen so far having a decent outing here. No one's in the back lines. Nothing to worry about. The only things in the back is the wall of death. If the circle moves away, then yeah, it's going to be dangers knocking on your door.
Well, let's see who's going to be the first one to fall. Zone closing in 3, 2, 1. The blue zone is going to start to move in. And we do have the next zone as well, ladies and gentlemen, right there. Not really too far away from the lads of Seal Esports to cause them any trouble, I guess. But still, Kese is going to be knocked out. Spooky taking a lot of damage. Is going to be dropped down by Fear from the side of Gremlin Storm. But Seal Esports, they have teammates. They have all 4 players available. So not a stressful situation for them to be in. But IHC, quite close to the players of D2K and Zero. It looks like Train to Kill. They're going to try and use their numbers to their advantage. It is a 3v2 situation. They're going to pick off Zul and Demo one by one. Jane and Sandesh initiating the push with Zul. A nade being cooked in his hand. He's going to lob it towards Jane right behind this truck. And it does not connect. Sandesh, he's indoors now. Zul, he's going to be in a lot of trouble if he does not drop the utility right there. But Sandesh is going to take a massive nade to the face. And that's the cue for Demo to come charging in. Now the tables have turned. Jane, he's going to try and go for a revive, but Demo is waiting for him on the outside. The shot, they do connect. Demo is going to drop down. IHC down to the last player. Seoul is going to have to fight for his life, but he does manage to secure an extra point, finishing off Sunbase in the midst of the chaos. Now Rig is indoors as well. It's a 2v1 situation. Rig, 70% HP on him. Zul steps outside, tries to take on Legend, but he's going to be taken out. And instantly, the third party comes in from the side of WIZZES Club. But ladies and gentlemen, that is it for IHC, at least in this game.
The battle of Alpha Tines. This time, it's the players of TDK who come out on top. Godlike Stalwart, they realize there's a big threat in the front. This nade might just silence it. Is they gonna neutralize? No, almost pretty close. Will chip down the player quite low. Gyante barely surviving on sliver of health. Another nade will chip him down even low. Next nade's gonna crawl right next to him. Gyante finally falls down. Threat being neutralized. Another player still up and alive. Now Pico will try to close on in. Second player spotted out, but this time the shots are gonna connect. DRS somehow, they're looking to shut down the players to Stalwart Esports in the front, and they do. For now, DRS will be alive, but they also need to make it inside the zone. There's no way Gyante's going to be back up on his feet. Killer of IT here has to go for a miraculous play, and the play that he's going to opt out for has to be the Met strat. Has 7 first aids available. We'll try to stay alive for as long as possible. But inside the circle, it's a whole nother storyline. WIZZES Club currently just dominating the entire zone on the top left side, having a nice or decent amount of high ground to play with, are also spotting out some players in the front lines and the back lines, taking some nice shots in the open grounds as well.
Oh, this is going to be quite interesting. It is the map of Miramar, not really a map where the heal strat is going to work. One of the longest match times in the game. On the other side, high voltage Prabeen trying to climb the ridge, trying to see if he can take on the players of Elementrix. Precious quite close to his teammate. They are going to try and just stick together, stay prone for as long as possible. Otherwise, they're going to be stuck in the crossfire between high voltage and TRZ. But, well, TRZ, they don't really care. They're going to pick them off one way or the other. And the Molotovs, they do the trick. Elementrix, they're going to be shown the exit from this match, getting eliminated on the 10th position. But we have another team getting eliminated, and that is DRS. As I said, heal battle strat is not really going to work on Miramar. But desperate times calls for desperate measures, and that is going to mean Dax. They don't have any measures left. They're going to be taking an exit as well.
Next circle's going to have an astonishing shift all the way down south, astonishing every single team inside the game currently. A drastic shift, a curvebolic shift, call it whatever you want. But every single team now will need to try and be quick on their feet. And while doing so, the rotations might just not be too clean. Quite a shabby rotation from the side of high voltage, but had no other option left. At least they have a little bit of solid rock available that they're trying to stride themselves inside the smoke. Also get the res in the fallen player. High voltage currently have all the 4 players up and alive. Deadeye Sky's just unloading the max in the front on WIZZES. Kuwait goes down. Wants to get the confirmation flowing too, but is not able to do so. On top is the only man up and alive so far. The only soldier, the only glimmer of hope. And DW now up against the players of Seal. As Seal, they're going to lose out on Zake. Now they still have 3 players alive. What are these 3 players going to be able to pull off? Because this is an uphill battle against the players of DW. Definitely will be quite next to impossible. The barrage of nade is stopping the presence of Seal and Deadeye's Warriors. Now they're going to start to push up as they realize they have a massive advantage in this fight. Spooky trying to flip things around, but that's not going to be a possible scenario as Spooky will be sniffed out and shut down.
What a squad fight from the lads of DW. They made it look easy, and against one of the best teams in the lobby, taking down the players of Seal Esports. But now high voltage are going to be showing the exit as well, as Malik, I believe, is the last player surviving first team. Domain lobbing the Molotov right behind the cover position of the rock, and well, Malik is going to be blown to smithereens with a nade. It did go down to the Molotov though, but now we are finally down to the top 3, and against the odds, Necro, TRZ are here. They were the first team. Well, they were the first ones to lose their player. Atomic was picked off as soon as the game started, but look at this, TRZ, they're playing this uphill fight. They're playing against the odds. They have 7 eliminations secured already. They have 1 player left standing, that is going to be Mamba. Rain is knocked out, but I believe, I thought they were going to go for a revive, but as soon as they say that, DW, they blow them to smithereens as well. Now it's down to 2. WIZZES Club and DE Warriors. They're going to go at it and decide who gets the win.
Top two teams alive. VIZZES Club already on a big casualty. Domain is going to be the last man up and alive. 30 bullets of brain shredding through, but it's not going to shred through any meat this time. It's going to be winner chicken dinner for Deadeye's Warriors. What a way to control the entire final zone. A disciplined play, just rewarding these players with a chicken dinner, and now they've boosted themselves up in the overall rankings of #3 Deadeye's Warriors. 4 individual players who are new here inside the PMPL and who are already wrecking havoc.
Yeah, definitely a wonderful finish from the players of DE Warriors, as you said. They were sitting on I believe, the 7th or the 8th position before this game started, and now making it into the top 3. Their journey has been made a little bit easier, at least for week 1. But this was an incredible game. We saw the majority of the teams on the first page fall. I believe Stalwart went out early. IHC was taken out early. We had T2K getting taken out in the middle of the table as well. So not really a lot of points secured by the teams in the top 4 and the top 5, but the rest of the teams did a wonderful job. TRZ, they were sitting on the second page of the rankings. They made it to the top 3 with 1 player down the entire time. And they lost Atomic within, I believe, the first 2 minutes of the game starting.
Exactly. I mean, Johnny, that was definitely quite surprising. But ladies and gentlemen, after that solid game, we need a little bit of breather. So we'll be right back after a short break.
Welcome back after the break, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia fall season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro. Day number 2 is underway, ladies and gentlemen. Currently, we are headed towards match number 2, which will be played on the map of Sanhok. But before we do that, we have to look at the stats and the performances of the teams in the first game of the day that was just played on Miramar, in which DE Warriors were the team that were victorious.
Exactly. DE Warriors just surprising all of us and already breaching inside the top 5 in the 3rd spot in the overall rankings. That speaks volumes. And I talked about this too. These faces are new here. We haven't seen these 4 players fight in the past. So, oh boy, imagine all the jitters, all the just bad nerves against you, and you're still able to hold your gun with the nerves that well. And you're able to play inside that well of a disciplined manner. That just surprises all of us. DE Warriors, well-deserved chicken dinner. And Johnny, if you remember, I always say this, day 2 is always the day of comebacks, and this is what's happening.
Yeah, I mean, day 2, it is, for DE Warriors at least, it is off to a strong start. But as you said, it is going to be a day of comebacks. And we also have to talk about TRZ if we're going to talk about comebacks, because TRZ, they were sitting on the 19th position. 7 points secured in the 4 matches they played yesterday, and they were in the top 3 with 7 finishes. So 17 points in just this game. Incredible
Performance. And look at the match summary too. It's just the players of DE Warriors just all over the place, and it seems like it's just one player from their side who has just absolutely popped off no matter what. And this man just seems like he's unstoppable, at least for now. Then you have Mamba coming in, then you have True Love coming in on the 4th spot. But yeah, in general, man, oh boy, this man has definitely just written his name down on the books of PMPL. And now this man, or in general, this team is also going to be a hot target in the top 5.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. DE Warriors, they were playing under the radar, as you said, yesterday, but now they will have a few eyes upon them, and they're going to have to be extremely, extremely careful with their approach to the next few matches. But TRZ, 17 points in this game. I want to see where will this take them at the end of the day and how consistent they can be. Same goes for the lads from the side of VIZZES Club. Deadeye's guys, though, as we've been talking about them since the start of the day, and as you pointed out at the end, at the closing moments of the day yesterday as well, Necro. They are a team who stay under the radar. You don't really see those flashy plays from them, but
Hmm.
you see the impact of their performances in the overall rankings.
Consistency, slow and steady. That is what winning them the race so far. They do not really
Yeah.
want to go for the flashy plays. They do not really want to go for the high elimination chicken dinner games. All they want to do is secure a decent amount of points every single game, and that's all that's going to matter. Slow and steady wins the race as the story goes on. But 1952 here. Now, this fight was definitely a big fight for them, but they also took a massive casualty in that fight in itself. And because of that, it also came down to a little bit of stalemate. They should have realized now the zone's going to start to close in. The mature option here has to be try and disengage. But there are some times in a fight where you just cannot disengage and you're just screwed from all the angles. And I feel like that was pretty much the situation for this side of 1952.
Well, that might have been the situation, but they will have another opportunity in the next game. But for now, we do have the highlights, the Oppo F21 moments from the previous one. DE Warriors just making it look very easy to close out the game in a very tough situation, especially that fight against Seal Esports. That was very impressive.
Yeah, I would say a really nice and a disciplined performance with a little touch of aggression. DE Warriors, oh boy, they have impressed me with the playstyle they showed in the previous game. Now we're still waiting for other teams like Raw. We're still waiting for other teams like 1952 and IHC themselves to awake. Be awake, guys. We know you guys are an absolute beast inside the lobby. We know what you guys are capable of. All you guys need is that little bit of awakening, that factor that will just kick in some awakening in you guys, and that will try to get you guys rolling. But I'd see this is not a sort of performance you like to see from a team that has already set the bars high.
Well. I mean, it is going to be quite interesting to see how the shift in the rankings is going to affect the performances of the team in the next game. But the Warriors moving up to the third position with 60 points in total. DEADEYES guys taking a drop to the fourth. But WIZZES clubs, look at them as well. The 6-point jump from there and bring them into the top 6.
Top 6 already breached in. WIZZES club, a big leap from their side. 6th position leap. I just got a little speechless right there because I did not expect that from a team like WIZZES club. Definitely this PMPL, a lot of teams are surprising us, and some teams we expected to do good. They're not really able to do that great. Maptex Esports as well, not really still showing themselves up. We can't let one more game slide by for them, but now as you do have the latter half of the board, still A1 Esports on the bottom, ATRAX Esports on the bottom, VENOM Legends on the bottom, Giant Mara themselves, and these are the top 5 teams, including Raw in there. So, personally, I don't know what the expectations are, and I cannot speak for the teams, but one thing can clearly be seen here is that the communication is lacking.
Yeah, the communication is lacking a little, but they have opportunities to fix it as well. But moving on to the next game of the day, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to be playing the next match or witnessing the next match on Sanhok, in which the teams from Group D are not going to be performing. Group E is going to be entering the battlefield though, so a few interesting teams in the mix. What I want to see is what is going to happen with the lads from 1952 and A1 Esports. We saw the drop collisions yesterday as well, and this time around it's going to be really interesting to see what other drop collisions we are going to witness in this match.
Again, drop collisions is something that I live for. I love. But talk about teams that are still, I mean, that we're not really touching up on quite a lot. It has to be Havoc and High Voltage, my bad. And High Voltage, for some reason, you cannot really let them slip under the radar like that. They are Vibes in the past. You guys need to understand, Vibes was a big organization, and the way they used to play inside the PMPLs, they've already set the bars high to this level. Right now, they're performing right here. The same thing as IHC. I don't exactly know what's going to wait them, but hopefully there has to be some sort of moments in the future that they will try to perform even better or take things a bit more serious. But Johnny, now it's time for the real deal, the predictions. Which team are you going to go for this game?
I mean, in this particular match, I am going to pick... I'm going to pick Skylight Gaming.
Skylight?
Yeah, I'll go with Skylight Gaming. They're going to be playing their first game of the day. I want to see what they can pull off.
You know what? You know what, Johnny? I really do want to say something out the box here, so I'm going to go with Maptex Esports. What do you think?
Alrighty. I mean, I agree with that. Another strong team from Group E.
Exactly, and they really do need to perform here. So Maptex Esports, they've always been the league champions in the past. I mean, not that name itself, because they used to represent another banner in the past. They used to play under the name of Seal, and they've always been the winner
Yeah.
of the league stages. So I'm expecting a dominating performance in
I
this
like
one.
that you mentioned they've always been the winner of the league stages because that was the history of CL Esports.
Yeah, that
Every single
is.
time PMPL was there,
They've
league
never won
stage,
the
they would
grand
be sitting
finals.
on the first position. Yeah.
They've always choked in the grand finals, but they've always won the league stages.
Yeah, I was building the hype, and then you were just like bombed it. Like, yeah, this team does not perform in the finals. But there's always been like the signs of improvement
Yeah.
was there because the first time we saw CL Esports in the league stage, they were sitting on the first position. They got hat-trick chicken dinners as well in the past, but then the finals rolled around for the first time, the PMPL championship, and then we saw the drop in performance. The second time they made it to the PMPL, although it was looking a little bit different, the reason their performance in the final was a little bit shabby the second time around was because they had a very tough competition in the forms of Skylight Gaming back then, DRS, very strong competition from there. Stalwart Esports had just been included as well. So it was really difficult to outshine when you have teams of that caliber playing, and you remember the debut Stalwart Esports made, right, where Action was at his peak. He's still at his peak, but it was a completely different era. They were going absolutely all out YOLO in every single game, not really caring about what was going to happen and how they were going to look. There was like the iconic drop clash that Zeus Esport back then made in the very last game of that particular PMPL. Everyone remembers that Novo Repnoi fight, early game fight that happened that resulted in Stalwart just getting a clear win in that
Yeah.
tournament. But it is going to be interesting to see what Maptex and Skylight Gaming can pull off because both these teams are in a similar boat at this point. They're very experienced teams. They have a lot to live up to. They have a massive, massive fan base that expects them to win. But coming into this PMPL, the start is a little bit slow, but hopefully we're going to see a recovery in this match. We want them.
Back then, Stalwart was called Astra Academy. I mean,
yes.
These four individuals used to play under the banner of Astra Academy, and yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a move. That's a moment the players of Zeus Esports do not really want to remember because they just got slapped across the board. They just got sent back to the lobby, and there was just no chance. They wanted to take out the players of Astro Academy, but unfortunately, Astro Academy just pulled out the Uno reverse card and they just sent him back to the lobby. So yeah, that's a moment I'm pretty sure the players of Zeus Esports do not want to remember, which is IHC currently. But let's focus on the present, Johnny, because so far it seems like they're not able to perform in the competition yet.
Yeah.
And I said day 2 has to be the day of comebacks. First game is already done. IHC not able to pull anything off inside this group. They're not even playing, so we need to count them out outside this game. But in the upcoming 3 games, I want to see some improvement.
I mean, we do want to see the improvements there. We want to see every single team just try to be better in every single match, better than the previous performance. But, ladies and gentlemen, we have given our predictions. Now it's up to you. Who do you think who do you guys think is going to win in this particular game of Sanhok? Do let us know in the chat, and also keep showing your love to each other as well, guys. Let's spread the love amongst yourselves as well, and also
Spread the
support your favorite teams. But, Ekra, Sanhok. Early
Johnny,
fights, who do you think?
Did you just say spread the Lamau?
No, I said love.
Okay.
Yeah, you can spread the Lamau as well. I mean, spread happiness.
Yeah, it's happiness, you know? Just laugh, guys. But yeah, in general, the playing flight path for the second game of the day is on our screens as it's going to start all the way from down south towards Mongnai. Now, Mongnai is the drop spot for the players of TDK. It's an OG drop spot. They like to go there. They like to kick things off from there. I want to see where Avon Esports are going to be dropping this time, because if you remember last time, 1952, they dropped right on top of the players of Avon Esports, or maybe Avon Esports drops on top of the players in 1952. But that's not going to be the case this time. No drop collision.
No drop collision anywhere on the map. DE and DEW, both the squads moving towards the Camp Alpha Island. Already we might have not exactly a drop collision, but high voltage usually go for that 1-3 split drop towards Camp Alpha. So there might be a little bit of a scuffle between the players of high voltage and the players of DEW. Now, that is a fight that I wanted to see, but it looks like we will have a new game in front of us. And all right, now we are going back to this game.
It's just that the director loves us too much and he just wanted to show our
Yeah.
faces once more, just so you guys can keep our faces in your minds before the game starts. But we're
Don't
already up
forget
to a
us.
nice action inside the kill feed as we do see the players of Gremlin Storm against Venom Legends, if I'm not wrong. And that's a big battle right there because we were talking about some drop clashes and we were not really seeing those many drop clashes so far, but we were wrong apparently. There are a couple of drop clashes happening. It's against the players of Venom Legends and Gremlin Storm, where Gremlin Storm were able to wipe out one player at least of Venom Legends, and he was taken out the lobby pretty easily. I just love how Assassin's playing. He has a fan right next to him. He's chilling, leaning back on the wall. Just having a good time playing the game, you know?
And that's a massive fan as well.
Yeah.
That's going to keep his device icy cool. No sweat. But let's see. Our voltage, I mean, desperate to get those points at this moment, in this particular match. It is going to be quite interesting to see exactly where they finish the day. The performance right now, it's not too shabby, but it's not too great either. Even in the last match, they barely moved up one position. They are on the 15th position as of this moment, but let's see. And on Sanhok in particular, high voltage, they are extremely deadly because that 1-3 split drop that they have towards Camp Alpha, it allows them to take those fights if the circle is anywhere close to the western part of the map. They do like to play edge to edge. They do like to clear the edges from usually moving in from the ruins area. But this time around, I think that can cause them some trouble because they're going to have to go through A1 Esports. They're going to have to go through the players from the Warriors as well. And it's going to be a lot of team fights that they will have to take if they want to move from down south.
Talk about teams in down south currently. Maptex Esports are moving down south towards Dock. Again, D Warriors being the winners of the previous game. Now they have to be the hot target in the lobby. No one expected this, but they are the winners of the previous game, and they've also kicked things off on a great note. That's also going to give them a big confidence booster for the rest of the day. Deadeye's guys on our screens in Hot 10. The closest team to them is Gremlin Storm on either side of the river. But what we do see in the kill feed is that Giant Mara up against the players of TRZ, and as always, they like to start the tradition with a 3-man squad.
I don't think that's a tradition they have. I don't think any team would, like, on purpose just be like, yeah, let's just make the game fair for everyone, lose out on one lad as soon as the game starts. But Giant Mara, they're going to be in a world of hurt in a few short moments if they stay out in the open like this. TRZ, they are moving in. But Atomic securing a trade. It's going to be quite incredible. Galson taking a lot of damage, almost getting knocked out, but runs behind cover right in the nick of time. Stays alive for a bit more.
With the iron sight, just the bullets of pain shredding through the enemy. Some precise shooting from this man, Atomic, proving that he's got the aim. No matter who steps in front of him, will be taken down and will need to face the consequences. Has the M4 in the hand too. The 3X was passed on over on his gun. So Atomic does want to take down the players in the front. Giant Mara now might just be on the receiving end, but no! Another player gets knocked out. Now we'll need to just step back a bit, get the fallen player back up on their feet. No Fear is a bit too close for comfort. 1952 as well is now setting up the field in the back lines. They know there's some free praise in the front. There's a chance they might just get some elimination points on the board.
An early third party in this game. Jan Mara, 1952, TRZ, all up against each other. Jan Mara, they're going to have to back off from this one. They are fighting on the open slope. They don't have a lot of cover to protect them from the players of 1952, in fact. TRZ, they might be able to hide their bodies, but 1952, it's going to be a head-on fight. And well, entry has been spotted out. Galson taking a few shots. Is not going to be able to connect, as entry just stays behind that cover position right there. TRZ also being extremely patient right now. They do have one lad in the back lines that potentially might deter the pressure from the lads of 1952. what about the players from John Mara? Who's going to push them back?
John Mara, though, they're still trying to scout this field. They're not sure if the threat's being silenced. Quite scared, actually. Do not want to step inside a wrong territory. Do not want to step inside an unknown territory. Makes a lot of sense, too. At this level, you've got to be cautious. You've got to be known. You've got to be aware all the times. And that's what they're trying to bring to the table here. Deadeyes, guys. One player is really close. There's a chance they might just get on top in a deadlock. High voltage, they've got the information, and this information is going to be quite vital too. You do see another player closing in on top. You cannot afford to stay all by yourself in that vicinity anymore. You need some backup. It's a 3-1 split from the side of Deadeyes, guys. But on top is getting approached by the players of High Voltage. High Voltage are just eagerly waiting for the right moment to strike, like a venomous snake, to sting in like a scorpion. But is on top going to escape? Is he going to break through the deadlock?
Let's see. He's trying to get away. He's trying to move towards his teammates, as he mentioned. Otherwise, High Voltage, they're going to get one free pick super early into this match. But on the other side, the Blats from the side of Gremlin Storm, they're going to be waiting for the players of DE as well. I believe we're going to see another sandwich situation for DE if they get stuck between High Voltage and GSM. Skylight Gaming, Mafia Ninja on our screens right now. Skylight Gaming, they're quite in a decent position just south of Bhan. They don't have a lot of teams surrounding them. In fact, the only real pressure that they might witness if is T2K just move down south and force a fight against Skylight Gaming. Otherwise, Skylight Gaming is going to have one of the easiest early games you could see on Sanhok.
Only one elimination point's been taken away so far. A peaceful Sanhok start. Lately, we've been seeing this quite a lot. I've been mentioning this over and over again. Teams, they've found a way to make Sanhok a place where you can also play this map in way much more strategical way. And they're doing a great job at that too. Gremlin Storm still eyeing out for the water lines. They know there's a chance that there might be a bit of threat moving in from the other side. They knew one team dropped on the other side too, so it makes a lot of sense. Memo is trying to scout out the water lines, but one player has sneaked away on the other side. So that might be a bit of surprise factor from Deadeyes, guys. But I love how these teams are quick on their feet.
Well, that they are, but I think we're going to see a little bit of a surprise from the lads of High Voltage as well, because we do have the map in front of us, ladies and gentlemen, and what I can see is the lads from High Voltage moving completely to the western part of the map, on the western edge of the Camp Alpha Island, and I think we might see an extremely late rotation from their side, but let's see. The first blue zone is going to close in 3, 2, 1. And we're going to circle, we will see the circle moving towards the central part of the map, just completely between Paradise Resort and Quarry. So TRZ, once again, have found themselves a safe haven, but for how long? If TRZ managed to consistently finish in the top 3, I am going to be impressed.
Definitely will be quite impressive considering how they played in the previous PMPL. It'll be an astonishing way to open things up. Giant Mara on a move as well. Even this is another one of those teams that is still on the latter half of the board. They need to play well. Raw as well on the latter half of the board. 4 individuals that are pretty experienced, that have a decent amount of experience when it comes to PMPLs, but still not able to perform up to the mark. Gremlin Storm eyeing out for the water lines. They still think that there is someone lingering around in the back lines. Trying to be as aware and as cautious. At this moment, at this phase, teams are just setting up for an execution. Just trying to set other teams in a deadlock, hoping that maybe when the next circle hits the deck, they're going to try to execute them. But there's a chance that the defending team might just break through the deadlock.
Well, but let's see what is the catalyst going to be for that to happen. On our screens, though, Chari from the side of Deadeye's guys looking to see if he can clear the position right in front of him for his team to move in. But I believe Deadeye's guys, they're aware of the fact that GSM is right next to them. But, ladies and gentlemen, as we saw on the finish feed, T2K part of some action right now, taking a fight against the players of Skylight Gaming. One man from the Skylight squad knocked out. Mafia Ninja on his knees right now, waiting for a revive. But will T2K allow that? That is the question. True Love closing in, trying to get into a position from where he can provide his teammates some cover. It's not going to be an easy fight against the players of GSM, especially because of the fact that both these teams are going to be inside the blue zone right now.
Feel this calm before the storm, ladies and gentlemen. Because later on, hell's about to break loose. All we're waiting for is another circle shift just hitting the deck. As soon as it does, it's going to be an absolute ruckus being caused.
Well, I believe that is...
Yeah, for now, they're still trying to make it on the other side of the island. They know it's being guarded by the players of Gremlin Storm. Finally, an opening's being found.
Well, they do have the opening knock right now. Chari is going to move up the mountain, try and see if he can finish this off, secure the point for his team. But he is isolated. He's completely alone. His teammates are closing in right now. So for a few short moments, he is going to be in an outnumbered situation. It is going to be 1v4, at least for a few seconds.
Deadeye's guys know now the threat's approaching them. This is their time to neutralize it. It's now or never. Maybe if Gremlin Storm, they make a mature option and try to disengage, then there's a possibility, and that's what they're exactly going to do. They will just leave this vicinity. Deadeye's guys, they know now there's maybe a chance that there might just be someone left around. That's why Chari is still scouting out. But Gremlin Storm, they've made a mature option. They do not really want to engage in a fight because they know it's not a win-win situation. It's a lose-lose situation. If you do decide to take a fight here, you're not going to have a good position inside the circle later on. But they've also situated themselves for a better spot here. On top of the ground, they're now just going to look down on the players of Deadeye's. Guys, is he going to be able to squeeze through a med? He does.
This is going to be quite intense. DE starting that fight, but unable to close it out. Gremlin Storm, a good recovery from there, and now they have managed to make their way to safety outside of the blue and can finally put some real pressure on the players of DE, but made the mistake of revealing their position, revealing their cover spots, because of which True Love and on top, they're going to be feeling a lot of pressure. Chari as well, inside of the blue, 3 first aids left on him, 5 bandits as well. It's third zone. The blue zone is going to move in about 40 seconds. And that is when they're going to have to think about moving in inside of the safe haven. Malik from High Voltage taking a tumble. He's going to be knocked out as well. But on the finish feed, we did see Stalwart Esports start a fight against the players of DEW. They have found a knock over there.
Oh, players out in the open, and the opportunity will not be missed. Gremlin Storm, they take down Chari. Gremlin Storm so far, they're playing this really nice. Using their brains, situating themselves for a best spot possible. On top of the players at Deadeye's guys, it's an uphill battle already. Turulov missing way too many shots. An opportunity slipped away to get a potential opening, but now Deadeye's guys will need to pass through. They will need to breach through this deadlock. They will need to breach through the defense of the players of Gremlin Storm, and it does not seem like Gremlin Storm have any sort of intentions of backing down from this spot.
They've waited and waited for this moment for the players of DE to reveal themselves, and now finally they have the opportunity to finish all of them off. Chari made the mistake of revealing himself a little bit earlier than it was used to, and he was finished up because of that. Now on top, he's going to struggle for a bit as well as he starts putting on those first aids one after the other, and Deadeye's guys, they're going to struggle in the blue zone for a few short moments. They don't have any more time. The blue zone has started to move and it's closing in. So we will have the next circle in a few short moments. And then the amount of damage that the players of DE are taking right now from the blue zone, it's going to go up quite significantly as well.
I mean, currently so far, the only team that's looking well-oiled is T2K. Away from all the action, trying to stay in one piece, but also showing a pretty confident stance. T2K, not really playing that scared, showing as much as confidence possible, making sure they're not getting overly complacent too. DRS might just be the approaching opponents here, might just be the challengers. But DRS are left with no other option than to breach through this entire site. But T2K is guarding it pretty well too. Rules realize now finally there is some line of sight on the enemy lines, and they do want to take him out as well. T2K has already opened the fray up. They've already started to scratch the Giants. DRS, they're on the verge of crumbling down. They're already on their knees. All it's the time for the players of T2K to do is just blow a knockout punch.
Well, let's see. Jane, he's trying to make it happen. Rules, he's just hiding his knocked body, hiding the hitboxes behind the tree. But Jane is going to go for those tap shots. You have to be extremely careful with this. The rest of the players of DRS, they're going to try and close the distance between them and Rules. Try to go for a revive, train to kill, just gatekeeping perfectly. Not allowing the opposition a single moment to breathe. But they have to shift their focus. Focus on their rotation as well. Try to find a safe haven for the next team fight that's going to come their way.
A1 Esports still alive. That's a miracle. Koa has already found a nice opening. Knocked out one of the players from the side of Raw. It's Liquid who's went down. He's begging for mercy. Wants to get back up on his feet, but his teammates know. It's a little bait setup from the side of A1 Esports. If anyone does try to go towards Liquid, he will be taken out. Another man found. It's going to be Gajorvid, another entry. It's going to be Inkasu goes down. Smokey and Slipknot. These two players, a huge burden on their shoulders to try and carry the flag forward. Hitman moving up close. Way too close for comfort. On the other hand, you also have another fight approaching. It's going to be the players of Maptex Esports against Skylights Gaming. You blink it and you miss it. Maptex just doing some light work on them, but it's T2K now knocking with a third party.
Also, while all this was going on, Skylight Gaming has been eliminated. Hitman, he got quite close for the players of Raw, but he's going to be dropped out before he could surprise them, before he could take even one of them down. And A1 Esports, they have been shown the exit from this lobby as well. Stalwart Esports, they have one finish secure, trying to put some pressure on the players of DEW. T2K against Maptech, taking them down left, right, and center, but they've lost two of their own as well. So quite an even trade between the two teams.
Yeah, but they've lost the two star players. Nerzed was doing really good in the previous game, but he's already taken off early this time. So Deadeye's Warriors now, they're handicapped big time. Raw shrouding themselves in smoke. They realize this is the only option they have available as two players are knocked out. One of them is back up on his feet. They're looking okay so far, looking pretty healthy. T2K approaching, challenging the players of Maptex Esports. Leo in the clotheslines, left to hold things off all by himself. Now he's getting pushed on by Legend. And he's way too close for comfort as well. Maptech, two players up and alive in the front. How is Legend going to deal with him? Does he have any clue? There's two players in the front. T2K, now they have no other option left. It's either to get engulfed by the play zone or try to approach this fight, but the DBS is going to put the final nail in the coffin. T2K out, down and dusted from this game, as now we're going to shift the focus on the other fight. It's going to be Raw against WIZZES Club, and WIZZES Club are going to be wiped out as well.
And both of them went down at the same time. Maptex taken down by the players of TRZ. Raw have been eliminated as well. So we have multiple teams going down in just a fraction of seconds. Stalwart Esports just ramping things up slowly and steadily. We see their name in the finish feeds as well, as they were responsible for eliminating the players of Raw. 11 teams remain, 35 players still alive, and we know because it's Sanhok, one of these few individuals will definitely go for a heal battle. But DE slowly and steadily crawling towards the players of DEW. It is True Love, just being a snake, slithering towards the road, but he's going to have to eventually cross it. And as soon as he gets up, well, even before he gets up, he's going to be spotted out. Doc getting the knock. True Love is out on top. The last player surviving has a tree right in front to protect him. But will it be enough? I believe
Oh.
not.
Deadeye's Warriors being the guardian angels off the lines of that zone. Godlike Stalwart now looking to camp him out as well. Deadeye's Warriors, how are they going to get out of this spot? They're pinned inside the house. While Godlike Stalwart, they're moving away like free butterflies all across the board. And still scouting out the grounds in the front. They do hear a lot of gunshots, but they're just not really able to get any sort of line of sight on the enemy team. Deadeye's Warriors now just shrouding himself in the smoke, trying to create a smoke pathway inside the entire zone. He's left with no other choice than to go for a med strat here. Has 4 first aids available. One of his players knocked out, which is East. But yeah, he will need to go in eventually. Now or never. Now the zone's going to start chunking a lot of damage. You cannot afford to stay outside it anymore. Godlike Stalwart, they know there is one player still behind that house, which is pinned. Either there's a chance he might go for a med strat or not. But the problem is he just doesn't have enough amount of first aids available. He will need to step out of the cover eventually. As Giant Mara in the front, Godlike Stalwart, now they're going to distract themselves with the players of Giant Mara.
Let's see DEW out of this particular game. Scry shifting his focus between the players of Giant Mara and the lads from the side of VENOM Legends, who have managed to take control of the mountain, so they do have the high ground. And they will have a lot of information because of which, but Giant Mara, they know how advantageous this position can be in the end of the game, and they push for it, taking down the players of VENOM Legends. But as soon as they drop 2, they're going to be dropped down as well. Giant Mara down to the last player, no fear. Well, he is afraid now. He is experiencing fear for the first time, making a run behind the rock. TRZ out for the hunt, but he hears those footsteps, and even though the individual has thrown down, they know the threat that is headed in their direction. They know who has the circle. It is the lads from Godlike Stalwart in complete control of this game. And I believe Necro, we know who's going to win now.
Exactly. Is the Legends of Godlike Stalwart on the other side of the door to put the cherry on top. And it seems like no one's going to take it away from them. It's a date with destiny for the players of Godlike Stalwart, with 8 elimination points already secured. Looking to name some more on them, as Giant Mara's last player will be taken down, or almost will be taken down by the play zone. No fear. It's up to him if he wants to give the elimination point away or not. Nade will be tossed in. No fear spotted out and taken down easily. As I mentioned, the legend of the Godlike Stalwart to put the cherry on top, and they will be sealing the chicken dinner in this game, while we have the rest 2 teams outside the blue zone going for a med strat. But there's still one more player who is creeping and crawling his way in from the side of TRC Atomic, and he's barely hiding behind the rock. Finally will be sniffed out by Scry and will be put down to sleep.
Well, the imposter has been tossed out of the spaceship, and Godlike Stalwart, now they just wait for Malik to go down. They know where he is. They just don't see him. They want to take this extra fetish point, but they're not going to get it. And well, that does not change the result. Godlike Stalwart, they get another chicken dinner. Well, the first game did not work out yesterday. The first game did not work out today. But in the next matches, in the second games, they do end up getting those 15 chicken dinner points, 26 points secured in total. And once again, we see them sitting on the first position of the overall rankings.
Well, the Kings have taken their throne back. They were here to claim the throne, and now they have the throne back in their hands again. All they need is a burning torch of consistency. All they need is a better performance from the player, or other than the players of TDK. Because so far, TDK has been the only challenger for that first spot. But keep this in mind, there are still much more upcoming challengers for that top 5.
Yeah, I mean, there are a lot of challenges right there. As we talked about DEW, we have the lads of Giant Mara stepping things up as well. Now, that is also another big name that you have to be very careful of. DRZ, I'm really impressed, Necro. They finished in the top 3 last game, the previous match. They finished in the top 3 this match as well. I wonder where this team will be by the end of the day. But for now, we're going to take a very short break. So you guys stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be back after this. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Fall Season of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro, and this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. But ladies and gentlemen, 2 games done. We have 3 more matches left for the day. But before we move to the next one, we have to talk about what happened on Sanhok. Stalwart Esports now, godlike Stalwart. Necro, with how the game started, I did not expect them to win. I thought it was either going to be the lads from T2K or Skylight Gaming.
I mean, it did seem like it, and I love the approach from the side of T2K too. I mentioned this in the middle of the game, that T2K is trying to stay away from all sort of action. They're trying to be as confident as possible, but at the same time trying to take some safety measures because they know, because the first spot was almost being contested by the players of Stalwart Esports, but now after this chicken dinner, it has already been taken over. But I love the approach from the side of T2K, but somewhere down line, it's just a game of Sanhok, and Sanhok sometimes does bring in that RNG factor.
Yeah, I mean, Sanhok is the most random map in the game. And because of which we were seeing a lot of interesting teams just they were trying to anticipate a hard shift, but that never really happened in this particular match. The zone was evenly moving in towards the center every single time. And Stalwart Esports, they took advantage of that situation, securing a lot of elimination. As we did have action from godlike Stalwart as the MVP of the game, and we do see him there with the highest eliminations for an individual as well. But it is going to be quite interesting to say. VENOM Legends also had a pretty fun time this game.
Exactly.
They almost took down Mara.
Indeed, they did. VENOM Legends 2, yeah, definitely quite a fun game, and this is what I love about Sanhok, right? It brings in a variety. It gives a chance for a team that's not doing that great in the overall rankings to try and shine through. We did see a little bit of glimmers of shining through from the side of TRZ and even High Voltage themselves, and even Mara, but unfortunately, they were suppressed down by none other than godlike Stalwart. What do you expect from this team other than greatness? But keep this in mind, Johnny, now in the upcoming game, Group C is going to be sitting it out. That means T2K is not going to be playing. That means DRS, DE Warriors, and TRZ are not going to be playing. Another chance for Stalwart to set a target for T2K.
Well, I think they just set targets every single day, and I think they have a very bad habit of achieving them quite easily. They make it look very easy. Look at that, 26
it's a good
points
habit,
from this
not bad.
It's bad for everyone else. It's bad for the other 15 teams that have to play against them for the entire month. Well, 19 teams that have to play against them the entire month.
They have to go through hell.
Yeah. But I have to say, I'm quite happy with the fact that today, as you mentioned, is a day of comebacks, and we are seeing majority of the teams in the top 5, at least in the first 2 games, being represented by the teams from the second page of the overall rankings. So those teams are putting in everything that they have so that they get a few extra points today and make up for the bad performance yesterday.
We saw a lot of teams actually going for those deadlock plays. You know, we saw a lot of teams wanting to isolate those fights, which is quite understandable too. If you're able to isolate your fights inside Sanhok, you're not really going to be getting a lot of third parties. And I love the approach from that. But unfortunately, while you were trying to isolate those fights, the play zone was also playing a big factor. It was also playing a crucial role. And when it started moving, even the players of Gremlin Storm, they needed to let go of the deadlock they had on the players of DE.
Yeah. I mean, it becomes very difficult to get out of these Mexican standoff deadlock situations, because by the time you wasted a lot of time just keeping your vision, keeping this other team in check, and they have been keeping you in check, so you can't move out as well. And that means if the zone moves away from you, you're gonna have to deal with extra pressure once you get there. You can expect someone to gatekeep your position. I mean, that's the way to do it. Always expect someone to be holding that position. Clear a house first, clear a shack first, and then move in. Otherwise, you're gonna be in for an unpleasant surprise, just like the players of Mara this time around. Even though they knew VENOM Legends were there, they did not exactly know or anticipate that all 3 players are just going to be behind one rock. They expect one lad to be there and everyone else split apart. So they went in together and they were sprayed down in just a matter of seconds.
Exactly. I mean, for a god like Stalwart, this game was like a reaction speed test. The way they were able to shut down the teams in the front, they exactly knew. And always something that really surprises me is the game awareness, is the situational awareness these players have. They always have this type of awareness where they exactly know where there might just be a player behind this sort of a little cover. And usually there is always a threat lingering around them. The
Yeah.
situational awareness this team brings to the table with the team coordination, the team synergy, it's just brilliant. And then you also have the damage graph for the previous game in front of us. Of course, Godlike Stalwart is not really excelling in those damage and those elimination points, but what matters is the consistency that this team's bringing to the table. TDK,
Yeah.
unfortunately, they're going to slip away from that first spot, but they're still in the top 2.
And as you were mentioning the consistency of Godlike Stalwart, they are being rewarded for it as well. Look at this. After 6 matches being played by them, they have a 22-point lead against T2K already.
Ooh,
and
Mats.
Godlike Stalwart, they don't sit out until the last game of the day. So they can keep this momentum going for the next 2 matches as well. But in the meanwhile, we have to talk about High Voltage making into the top 5 with this finish.
Yeah, High Voltage. Again, doing some light work, staying under the radar. All these teams from the South Asia region, they're just doing a great job of staying under the radar, being as consistent as possible. One little pop-off game is all that's needed to make it inside the top 5. Now, keep this in mind. I've been mentioning this over and over again. Top 5 is way too fragile and way too sensitive. It's easy to breach inside the top 5, but it's hard to maintain.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to maintain because then you have a target on your back, plus you have a lot to lose. But it is going to be quite interesting to see which other team now from the second page of the rankings is going to pop off. And a surprise, surprise, after 2 wonderful performances, we did not see TRZ on the second page of the rankings anymore. They've been doing quite phenomenal for themselves. Now I'm just waiting for Dax and A1 Esports to replicate the same thing. But again, we did not expect IHC to be those low in the rankings, but they always pull this prank, right? They're going to be underperforming in the first few days, and all of a sudden when it comes, when their qualification is going to be questioned or put under the microscope, they just pull it out of nowhere. They pull out a wonderful game out of nowhere, and they make it through to the next stage of the tournament. So I expect that to happen maybe tomorrow. Not tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, maybe basically the last 3 days of this week, but not today. I think today also they're just going to be making their notes, just seeing what everyone else is up to, see what T2K are going to do.
But today we're seeing a lot more well-organized gameplay from the teams compared to yesterday. We're seeing a lot much more slower paced at the start, and then later on it's just an absolute chaotic ending. But now if you talk about another sigh of relief for the team, is going to be Godlike Stalwart, realizing the fact that they're not going to be playing in this upcoming game, and Godlike Stalwart will have a big sigh of relief and another chance to set up a target for the players of TDK to make a comeback.
Yeah, it is. It is going to be quite important. When the competition is not there, that is when you need to secure a massive, massive advantage for yourself. That is going to put them under pressure when they are back into the action. And it is going to be quite interesting to see how Stalwart Esport actually pull this off, how Godlike Stalwart actually pull this off. Are they going to go hyper-aggressive, or are they going to just play for the placement points up until the late game stage when they're going to be forced into those fights? Especially, it's going to be quite interesting. It's going to be on one of their strongest maps. It's Miramar up next.
Oh, yeah. Miramar up next, and there's a big chance, there's a big opportunity here to try and grab, but maybe there's a chance that Stalwart Esports will not be able to take the game. Maybe it might just be a completely other team. We never know, but there is an opportunity here to set a target, and that's what we're saying. As I mentioned, top 5 is way too fragile, but it's hard to keep it in your hands. It's hard to maintain that position because you always have these challengers approaching you. Day 2 is the day of comebacks, and we're indeed seeing a lot of comebacks happen so far, but I'm pretty sure there's still a lot of hidden talent underneath on that latter half of the board.
I mean, there is definitely a lot of hidden talent, but it's not going to stay hidden for long, though. I believe by the end of today, we're going to know the teams that are going to be consistent enough to make it into the top 12 of for that game of living. That's going to happen at the end of this week. And we're going to have a few names that we will be sure, like, it's going to be quite difficult for them to make it through. But for now, Necro, what's your prediction for this match?
Oh, I'm going to go with Stalwart because they need to set a target. They need to be the kings, or they need to be the king of the hills. I know, listen, all right, it's a safe pick, but I personally think it's not really a safe pick considering all the other teams have been stepping things up as well.
Well, I'm gonna say this. Let's make it unsafe. I'm gonna go for Stalwart as well.
Okay. All right, Johnny's here to curse it. But hopefully, I mean, your curses have been working pretty well so far. So maybe there's a chance that Stalwart will probably steal this chicken dinner. But what I want to beat is that correct prediction count that you have. You have one more correct prediction than me. So I want to
Yes.
try and get more than that. But yeah, ladies and gentlemen, the upcoming Miramar game is probably set to go soon, and we should be seeing the plane fly path in the sky. But before touching onto that Miramar, we also need to touch on a couple of more teams. Now, High Voltage having a really good performance in that previous game. That should give them also a big sigh of relief, and maybe we can witness another great performance inside this Miramar.
Maybe, I mean, we're always going to be
Mhm.
hopeful. High voltage again at the start of the day, as you mentioned, Necro. We expect big things from them. And yesterday they were underperforming just a little bit, and today the momentum looks strong. But they have to keep this going. And that is one reason that I believe you're going to agree with me on this. That the reason we picked godlike stalwart for this particular game is yesterday the same thing happened. They got one chicken dinner, and from there on out, they looked absolutely unstoppable,
Yeah.
finishing in the fourth position in the next game in match number 3, getting another chicken dinner in the second last game of the day, and then they of course had to sit out, so they weren't really allowed to. But if had they played the fifth match as well, I'm pretty sure they would have been in the top 3. So that is the story that is there for godlike stalwart, and this team knows how to keep the momentum going, how to keep the ball rolling. And again, one of their strongest maps, Miramar, they want to own this one as well. They're going to face some sort of a heavy fight from Skylight Gaming in this one as well. Maptex is going to be in this mix as well, so
Oh
that
yeah.
will make things a little bit more interesting. But once the game is underway, once we have the flight path and the first circle, the picture of what is going to happen is going to be a little bit more clear.
And not just that, what is going on with IHC? I mean, yeah, in the
Yeah.
previous group they were not playing, but now IHC will be back in the mix as well. So maybe things will be spiced up even more. You talked about Maptex, and I want to touch up on Maptex even more here. Demo being lost from this roster is hurting them quite a lot, and it's clearly being seen.
Yes.
Demo was the most instrumental player for this entire team. They used to do a pretty good job setting up Demo for the success moments, setting up Demo for those flashy plays, but now that Demo is not there, they're missing out on a key fragger.
Well, definitely. They are missing out on a key fragger. But, ladies and gentlemen, let's see. The game is about to begin. We're going to be jumping into the action right about now with the trajectory of the playing being revealed as soon as we have the map in front of us. That is what I want to see. But before we have the trajectory, we do have the plane. And Necro, we have made our predictions. Do you think it's going to work out, though?
I think so, it should. It should definitely work out. But for now, the plane fly path is in front of us, starting all the way from Campo Militar towards Monte Nuevo. And the plane fly path is just heavily tilted up north, but still, it's not going to be that biased. It's going to be favoring a decent amount of teams drop spots, unless if a team wants to go towards Impala, then they're going to have a long stretch.
Well, let's see what's going to happen. But for now, as you mentioned before the game started, that Demo not being present anymore with the lads from Maptex is putting an impact on them. I mean, the same could have been said for DRS as well. Because with Galzen, the team looks completely different. The amount of firepower that they have, it is absolutely incredible. They are still in the phase where they're trying to figure out how to overcome that, but it is DRS. I expect that to happen anytime soon. For them, though, this game is a break. They're not going to be here. But let's see what is going to happen. We do have the trajectory starting from the northeastern edge of the map, going all the way towards the western edge. And not a lot of drop clashes, though. Raw dropping quite close to Dax, but that has been happening since yesterday. The city of El Pozo, it's getting a little bit crowded over there.
Indeed is. And this is what we like. Crowd, chaos, ruckus. Off the bat, I want to see some aggressive plays. Aren't you an aggressive player too, Johnny? No, actually, you're a patient person, so...
Yeah, what about you, though? You never
Oh,
answered
dude,
that
I'm
question.
full on aggressing. I'm just full on aggressing inside the lobbies. That's what I'm doing. I'm an aggressive
don't
player.
like to slow
I
down.
always like to be in the front lines. Come on, Johnny. You know. You have seen me play the games as well. You know what of a player I am. I'm
Yeah.
an absolute beast.
A bad one.
Come on. I'm just a beast waiting to be unleashed. You know that.
Yeah, but sometimes it is important to tame the beast as well.
Well, you know what? Sometimes I don't think so. That's not the truth. Let the beast be free. I'm the beast. let me be real. I'm just kidding, guys. All right, it's a little banter going on. It's a little sarcasm going on. Don't take me serious. But yeah, I'm pretty good at video games in general. But with that being said, Johnny's pretty bad. But with that being also
Oh,
said,
wow.
let's
Wow,
move
what a
on
cheap
forward
shot.
with Stalwart Esports. These four players are just way too outstanding. No matter who you compare these four players with, they're always just going to outshine every single team in the lobby.
Yeah. But I think at this point, it is godlike Stalwart just fighting amongst themselves because their main rivals, T2K, they're not going to be here. A wonderful opportunity presenting itself to one of the best teams inside of this lobby right now. And they have to make sure that they seize and secure as many points as possible in this particular game so that the pressure is upon T2K in the last game of the day when Stalwart Esport won't be playing. But with the win from the previous match on Sanhok, they do have the momentum that they need, and they have what it takes to keep it going. Look at top, just trying to see if he can cut down the mountain with his bullets. That is something that's never going to happen.
What? What did you just say? Trying to cut down mountains with his bullets.
Yeah.
You know what I hate about it is that I actually kind of like that. It sounded satisfying for some reason. Trying to cut down
Sounded
mountains
awesome.
with the bullets. Yeah, it sounded cool. You know, it sounded cool.
Imagine if you could actually do that, like IRL. Ooh, that would be awesome now.
No, I don't think so. That's even possible. Cutting down mountains with bullets.
Yeah.
Like that's not possible. No, there's no way. No way.
You might need some, I don't know, Iron Man level tech to do it.
Maybe you can just nuke the mountain.
That's taking the easy way out.
That's an overkill.
Yeah, that's overkill. That's like getting godlike Stalwart to play against us, you and me.
Loki though, Loki, maybe I can be a bit of challenge. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
That is the best joke I've heard today.
Thank you. I know I'm quite funny. But yeah, moving on. Let's focus on the game. High voltage on our screens. Finally, we're seeing some glimmers of hope from their side. Some signs of presence, some signs of them being alive inside the competition. And now they're also looking really good in the overall rankings. Hopefully, this is going to be continued on forward.
Well, but let's see. It is Miramar after all. We're going to have to wait for the action to commence. 5 minutes in, not a single shot fired, apart from the ones that were being fired on that mountain by top from Stalwart Esport. But there's a massive cluster forming in the center of the map with DEADEYES guys just prepping up to absorb all of this pressure headed in their direction. I really love the position of 1952, by the way. They are all the way towards Valle del Mar, the southwestern edge of the map, and they don't have anyone in their vicinity for at least 400, 500 meters.
Talk about teams being close to him. Right now, the circle as well is pretty weird. A little bit tilted on the bottom left. And DEADEYES guys are pretty close to it. Actually, they're right in the smack center in Chumacera. Maptex Esports is going to be another team that eyes are going to be locked on. A1 Esports as well is still in Los Leones trying to move away. Still trying to loot, scoot for their comfort zone. But what I don't like is Skylights Gaming is taking the rotation really close to the players of Raw. We might just see a little bit of clash between them.
Well, we don't want to see a little bit of clash, though. I want to see a massive clash. Maptex, they're going to close in. I want to see if Elementrix, they try to move towards Chubasera as well. That's going to make the situation a lot more intense. But in the meanwhile, look at that, Scarlet Gaming and Raw. It seems like there's going to be a mid-rotation clash over there. Maptex and DEADEYES. Guys, the fight has been initiated. And it's going to be Maptex losing out Wally in the early stages of the game. DE getting an advantage for themselves. But it's going to be slowed down instantly. As the rest of the players from the side of Maptex, they weren't anywhere close to their teammates. So an easy pickup for the side of DEADEYES guys. And also, ladies and gentlemen, the first blood of the game.
DEADEYES guys. Over here, all the four players, they've already gotten one elimination on their hands. Hands are quite bloody. They want to taste some more blood. But Deadeye's guys, for now, they're just gathering up some vehicles for a quick rotation. They want to be quick on their feet with the rotation, but currently they're just right in the smack center, so not a lot to worry about. They also have a nice high ground to play with, which they can rely on. Deadeye's guys looking immovable, but on the elimination feed, we finally do see the fight going down. It's Raw Incus against the players of Scarlet's Gaming. He's already found the opening, and he's taken down the player. The confirmation is going to follow it up too. But Scarlet's Gaming now, the death, the fear is knocking on their door.
Well, it is definitely knocking, and in fact, it's smashing the door down right now. Raw getting a few extra pickups over there. They are looking to see if they can wipe out the entire team in one go. And that is what they should be aiming for, because in the middle of the rotation, Skylight Gaming completely unaware of the team that is patiently following them, trying to see if they can hunt them down. And Raw, in fact, as of now, have been quite successful, getting 2 extra points.
Deadeye's guys, on top of this hill. I love the positioning the players of Deadeye's guys have. They also have a nice little split going on for themselves, but Maptex Esports is a challenger approaching. Not a team to mess around with, not a team that should be underestimated by any means. And Deadeye's guys, they're pretty well geared up too. Look at that loot. 5 first aid, decent amount of bandages, decent amount of boosters. Now the next circle is going to center on up even more. So teams, they don't have a lot to worry about. But unfortunately, there's still a lot of teams that are still left outside the zone, which is Gremlin, Storm, Seal, and one more team that is right next to him. We might just see a little bit of clash of room when they will try to make it in.
Well, there's definitely going to be a massive clash right there, as you said, but for now, we do have 1952 entry,
AUG.
getting the AUG, yes. It is going to be quite interesting to see if the game comes to a position where he's going to be forced to take those close range fights. Then that weapon works out quite nicely in his favor. For now, once again, on the players of DE, towards Chumacera, still in the center of the map. Now finally being forced to move, and they have decided to move a little bit further towards the east and then heading south. But as the rest of the players have left their position of cover, Elementrix, they have arrived. And on top, he did see them coming in his direction. True Love, he's there with his teammate. They're waiting for this team to get out of cover so they can at least slow them down, let the other 2 teammates find a safe haven, and then these 2 will move out as well.
WIZZES club. Deadeye's guys again. I mean, currently they're in the prime spots. It makes a lot of sense. They're getting a lot of spotlight too.
Yeah.
But the observers have some special obsession with this team. It seems like it's been a long time. We've just been on Deadeye's guys.
I think even they expect everyone to take the fight against them.
They just want him to be in the limelight. But high voltage as well. Oh, they're quite spread out well, Johnny. Look at the spread they have. All the 4 players are spread out well. But even if one player gets knocked out, this stance right here, it will crumble down.
Well, let's see what the reason for the tumble is going to be. As you said, the players are spread out. They have a lot of vision available because of that. They will have a lot of information as well. But they are quite close to the players of STE, though. On the other side, we do have the players from Raw on our screens. And, well, Liquid, you can't just stand out in the open like that. Gets debated by the players of Dax. Raw, 1 player down. A nade lob towards Liquid, and Slipknot is going to fall down as well. But Dax, they were in a 4-man split of their own, so now they're trying to regroup and be prepared for this fight, as Assault is completely isolated for a few shots moment. We do have Paragon and Spike closing in from the rear. Slipknot is trying to see if he'd keep the 4th man away from the rest of the team, the man on the high ground, the man on the mountain. Now falls back to pick up Incus.
Raw on a move too. They finally do realize now it's time to be hot on the feet and quick on the trigger. On top is the players of Dax. You cannot afford to stay in this territory anymore. You need to be quick here. And yeah, that's what exactly the players of Raw are going to do. IHC as well. They realize Maptex on top of the hill. want to try and neutralize the threat, or at least want to try and get rid of the threat as quick as possible. But Maptech's on a move. They might just run in the open arms of another team. It seemed like A1 Esports might just be ready to greet them. But Maptech Esports as well is not a team that will just straight up run onto them. Wally, unfortunately, was the casualty before. So Maptech Esports are playing with only a 3-man squad, but the next circle is going to shift away on the left side, favoring the teams like 1952, DAX, and even Elementrix, another teams that has been graced by the PUBG gods.
Well, but let's see. It is going to be quite interesting. DAX all of a sudden find themselves, as you said, being the center of attention, and everyone is going to be moving towards the western side of the map. DEADEYES, guys, they were the ones leading the charge of this game for a while now, but now all of a sudden the situation has turned, and it's not turned for the better. Elementrix still quite close to them. They do see the lads from Maptex as well. On top, he is always going to go for that high ground advantage in these sort of situations, get that information for his team. Also, he's pretty good with the DMR. Another airdrop with another AUG.
Another drop, another AUG. With a couple of upgrades if the teams do want to go for it. But I don't think so. I don't see any team who would want to actually go for it anytime soon. It's quite out in the open. It's quite far away too. But right now, teams, the only goal they have is to try and make it inside the next zone. And that's what they're focusing towards. A1 Esports on top of the hill, next to the players of Gremlin Storm. Two teams that do not want to cross each other's eyes. 61 players remaining this late in the game. 15 minutes have already passed by. We're not really seeing a lot of taste of that action, but finally in the elimination feed, we're seeing stalwart esports against some team. It was VENOM Legends on the receiving end, and if you're VENOM Legends, you found yourself in unlucky shoes.
Yep, it is going to be a hyper situation since godlike Stalwart, they have the northeastern edge of the circle in their control, and VENOM Legends, they were the ones trying to penetrate through, but high voltage right now being the distraction that VENOM Legends needed. And now Assassin is just taking those shots from the Mini 14 in his hands, trying to see if he can deter the players of Stalwart Esport in a different direction, which they do, but that is even bad for VENOM Legends because VENOM Legends were trying to avoid them, and now once again they find godlike Stalwart in their way. On the other side, Spooky is going to be spooked by Memo and forced behind the ridge yet again.
Gremlin Storm Memo knows there's players on top of the hill. Sealed though, they have no interest in continuing this brawl. They're going to try to move away. Dictator's taken down a bit low from the side of Gremlin Storm, but the next circle is going to center on up a little bit on the top right. Elementrix is going to be the luckiest team currently up and alive. And the circle is actually right into Masera. So Elementrix having the best spot possible available inside the city. But right now, a little shots peppered down from this high ground. It's A1 Esports against Gremlin Storm. But keep this in mind, Johnny. Still 16 teams are alive. And we're already on the 4th phase of the game. 16 minutes have passed by as well. We haven't seen a complete elimination yet.
No squad wipes, just individuals. And it's just that the teams that have lost those individuals now won't be willing to fight. But what is this? How does this happen? Seal Esports getting caught off guard by not an entire team, but by just one man. Mafia
What? How does he lose that?
Goes down finally. Is it enough though, as AJ is closing in on this position? The blue zone is here as well, and it is the 4th blue. Seal Esport in a world effort, but they do manage to stay alive for a few short moments.
But again, the problem is Skylights Gaming has always been choking in their gunfights. If you noticed, even yesterday, they lost a fight that they shouldn't have lost. Even now, he lost a fight that he shouldn't have lost in that moment.
Yeah.
Got taken down. Skylights Gaming with a bit of a choke, but it's okay. Something that can something that can be slipped away, because they're doing pretty okay in the overall rankings. DEADEYES guys over here on our screens. 15 teams alive. Skylights Gaming is the first team to get taken out from the game.
But my question, Necro, is how did Seal Esport not see him? He was just thrown out right there. Oh, and it's Seal who have been eliminated, not Skylight Gaming.
Wait, what just happened? I'm so confused.
And Skylight Gaming, there they go.
I think so. Seal eliminated Skylights Gaming. Oh no, Skylights Gaming had a little bit of split going on for themselves. So
Yeah,
AJ was
AJ
all the way
was there.
far away. Seal unfortunately got caught outside the zone. So they got eliminated. Then now Skylights Gaming as well, it has just been eliminated. AJ was taken out by completely some other team. But we have Gremlin Storm on our screens on top of the hill, just raining down death and destruction. But Raw, they're going to get their bad eye on top of the players of Gremlin Storm as they find the opening. Knight knocked out. Fear is taken down low. Fear is feeling all sort of fears right now. Raw, they really want to breach in. They want to be the Reapers off the lobby. They want to take down the team in the front.
Well, let's see if they will accomplish the task that they have set for themselves. In the meanwhile, IHC against the players of Godlike Stalwart. Gremlin Storm memo down on his knees. Raw looking quite solid as of now. But they do see the position of Dictator, and they will try to take him down. Split away from his teammate Fear and Knight. Be pinned down by Slipknot as he lobs a nade towards Fear. It's not going to hit its mark. Mr. Smokey down on his knees. And he is going to be finished off as well in a few short moments. It's going to be down to a 2v3 situation in the favor of the players of Gremlin Storm. Fear takes a nade. The damage is not going to be enough to take him down. But with a nade of his own, he replies. And this one also fails to connect. Utility being lobbed left, right, and center. But we did not see a knock until now. As Fear has been dropped, so Knight is going to feel the pressure.
Yeah, the nade's gonna slip right next to him, but another nade will be returned. The favor's being returned. Raw losing out. Another player. Incas goes down, but it's okay. Slipknot's got both of them. He's taking care all by himself. He's taking care of the business like it's nothing. And Slipknot's gonna shut both of them down. Gremlin Storm almost out the way. That was a big thorn in their way. But Raw, there's a lot much more to come in the future lines because you still need a breach inside the next zone. It's the 5th circle. Another circle is almost on the way to. The wall of death is going to start to close in. Knight wants to crawl back to safety, but it's a bit too late. He might just end up giving away his elimination point to someone else. There's another team in the clothesline you do see on the pink in the mini-map. And finally, now Raw's going to start to move in. Raw realize it's a do-or-die situation. They do have the vehicles available, too, to make a quick rotation. Map6 Esports spotted out in the front. Instead doing so, they've just given their position away. Apex now is going to be well aware of the fact that there's another team in the back lines. Incas moves away. Finds a nice moment while they're distracted, but a great cover fire from the back. Incas will be safe for now.
Well, let's see, though he won't be safe for long, as Incas is going to be knocked out, so Slipshot is he is the last player surviving for his team. On the other side, the finish feed, it's not stopping anytime soon. We do have ATRAX, one lad knocked down, 3 players still left standing, but Janmaro closing in on the players of High Voltage. Gunna is going to be gunned down by Assassin. In fact, he gets assassinated right there. High Voltage still outside the zone, though. They have to find an entry. Raw are going to be kicked out from the lobby. And what is this? Godlike Stalwart against the players of IHC. Top is going to be knocked out.
Ooh! The nade's gonna slip right through the doorway. I'd say not in a position they want to be in. There's a chance Pika might just single-handedly wipe out the entire team. And if that does happen, that's gonna be the biggest highlight reel in the entire history of PUBG. Pika on top of the house, using all sort of utilities possible, has another nade in the hand, looking to toss inside the windows. Looking to find any sort of connections yet. Does hear a lot of movement right underneath him. Another nade tossed in from the side of IC. No connections yet. Pika is repositioning himself pretty well, but finally will be sniffed out and taken away.
Oh, before the game started, we were talking about Godlike Stalwart and how important this match was going to be for them to maintain the first position till tomorrow, but that's not really going to happen. In the meanwhile, A1 Esport Hitman, he's running behind the cover to protect himself as the lads are being hunted down right now. In fact, chased by the opposition in the form of Mapdex. Sinister out in the open, takes down one, but Baron is going to make sure that it's not going to be for nothing, as Sinister is going to be knocked out. A1 Esport, 2-player left standing with DE closing the distance. Oh boy.
High Voltage 2 now looking to join the fray. D having the highest odds of winning this game. It's the audience prediction. Skylights Gaming on 16%. Stalwart Esports 2 is there. But unfortunately, they're quite hurt. cannot afford to stay that hurt anymore. Stalwart Esports definitely was there too. ITC is in contention as well. All 4 players still up and alive. And you mentioned about Godless as well, Johnny. Godless is back in the competition this time. Demo, Godless, IC, Zal, these 4 individuals are looking to name this chicken dinner on themselves as they have a decent cover available inside that apartment building. High Voltage also having a nice 2-2 split. They're spread out well. But if the 2 players on the bottom, if they want to go on top, it's going to be quite a tough climb.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a tough climb for them. They are going to be sandwiched the moment they get out, but Joel, look at them spotted out. The picture shot connecting Assassin, finding the knock, and ICE holds the same angle. Damage being traded out. Malik quite close enough to lob the nade. Let's see, well, Demo takes some damage, but he's still going to be left standing. He's too close for comfort to the lads of High Voltage.
He is. And now, it's the players of IT digging on the hills of Deadeye's, guys. As Jokers went down, the opening they were looking for. These are the 2 teams fighting for the supremacy to find out who's going to get the better spot in their hands. But before that, IT will need to shut down the entire squad in the front lines, and this time it's going to be High Voltage. High Voltage are crumbling down slowly and steadily, one after the other. These 2 teams really do want this spot in their hands, as I'd see now they will need to direct their attention towards the players of Deadeye's, guys. Way much more tougher opponent compared to the players of High Voltage. Currently inside the lobby, Molotov tossed in. The utilities is not going to work out because Demo is too quick on his trigger. Now he's looking to shut down another man. Demo feels the moment. He wants to take down another one, and it does. Another player from Deadeye's, guys, inside the house is just peeking out over and over again. But I'd say right now the unstoppable adrenaline is looking way too good for them, as I'd see they're going to stack the bodies on top of each other.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, guess who's back? It is the squad of IHC. Joel looking away at the wrong time, but Godless, he is not going to let his teammate go down and win. Trades him out, and that is it. Deadeye's, guys, sent back to the lobby. Now 4 teams remain, and IHC, they are looking unstoppable right now. In the meanwhile, Elementrix surely is trying to protect himself from the players of E1 Esports, but it is not going to be enough. In about 20 seconds, the blue zone is going to move, and then both these teams will be outside in the blue. The zone, it is being owned by now just one team, and that is IHC. The other 3 squads are just going to fight amongst themselves to decide who will be second, third, and, well, fourth.
I'd see the Grim Rippers off the lobby, just shredding through the enemy. The bullets of pain are not going to respect anyone this time. And I'd see they've tasted the blood. Now they won this entire cherry on top of the cake. They want to name the chicken dinner on them. But A1 Esports and other teams will be on their way. Can be the biggest thorn possible. What a turnaround from Hitman. A quick reaction speed test, and Hitman will shut him down. And that's going to be it. The final nail will be in the coffin, as Elementrix will be out from the game. But oh boy, the bodies are being stacked on top of each other like it's nothing. It's an absolute graveyard in Chumacera.
Well, it is in graveyard in Chumacero right now, as you said, down to the top 3 teams, ladies and gentlemen. IHC, A1 Esport as well. 1952 is going to be present. We started this day with a conversation about A1 and 1952 fighting amongst each other and ruining each other's games. Well, I guess that's going to happen once more, but instead of happening in the early game, it's going to happen close to the end. Dante spots out Hitman, an easy takedown for him. Another one from A1 Esport is going to go down. Sinister with barely any HP left. He's going to take a lot of damage. Icy is going to take down the players from the side of 1952. And we know IHC so close to closing out this match. They have 15 eliminations to their name. And now the last player that they have to take down, it's going to be Dante. But will the Infernos, will the flames rise high? And the answer is no, as IHC, they make him sit down and they walk away with 16 eliminations, 15 placement points, 31 point total tally. And the jump, Necro, it's going to be massive. They make it all the way into the top 5.
Indeed, the jump is huge and a well-deserved jump as well. All the way in top 5. As I said, it's easy to breach inside top 5, but it's hard to maintain. And I know IT was looking for this exact game, this pop-off game. Once they found it, it's going to be pretty easy for this team to maintain that top 5 as well, Johnny.
Yeah, I mean, they make it look easy. That's the thing. Because in this particular game, we never once really said, like, all right, IHC, they are in a wonderful position. They are going to be able to close this game out comfortably. They're going to get a lot of eliminations. No, they landed towards the northeastern edge. The circle was for the west. It's completely opposite, but they still managed to secure 16 finishes. And it was an incredible run, but why are we surprised? That's the question. Why are we surprised? This was bound to happen. It wasn't a question of if it was going to happen. It was just a question of when. And that moment is now, ladies and gentlemen. But we will be discussing this game a little bit after this short break. Welcome back once again, ladies and gentlemen, to the PUBG Mobile Pro League South Asia Fall Split of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by my man Necro alongside with me. And this event is brought to you by the Oppo F21 Pro. But now, we have to talk about what just happened, Necro. We have to talk about IHC. 16 finishes and the chicken dinner and the top 5 as well.
Johnny, listen, if you have the glasses right now, you need to represent IHC right now. After that game, IHC, they just have their glasses on, sunglasses on, by the way. They have their sunglasses on, and they're like, you guys thought we're just on the latter half of the board? Not yet, buddy. We're still yet to show our true game, and this is a literal glimmer of what IHC is capable of.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this was a glimmer of what they were capable of, and I think the note-taking is done now. They have all the information that they need to take down the rest of the competition. Demo, Necro, you have been talking about this man since we started off yesterday and how impactful he can be as a player to the team. Well, here we go. 6 eliminations, 8-1 damage.
Exactly. I mean, Demo is a sort of a player. You can literally just assign him a free man role.
Yeah.
You can just ask him to go and do whatever you want, and Demo will still come up with some incredible stats because Demo, his individual impact on a team is incredible. And we already know what every single player in IHC is capable of. Combine a player who is absolutely incredible with the game mechanics with a team that is just absolutely aggressive and they shred through the enemy lines. I mean, it's a perfect combination in my opinion.
Yeah, it is a perfect combination. And look, one more reason why we are seeing IHC in their true form is because the face of the team is here, the man who always leads the charge, being the first to run into any fight that is being initiated. Godless, 6 eliminations for him as well, with 726 damage dished out. So now, earlier on, do you remember during the last season, there was sort of an inside competition between the lads of IHC, but it was IC and Godless. Well, you can add another man to the mix. Demo, Godless, and IC. These 3 men, they are on a mission now.
Oh, they indeed are. They definitely are. 801 damage dealt with 6 elimination points and the average survival of 2541. Demo has stole the cake off the previous kill leaders, but now we have the match rankings of the entire game in front of us with 16 elimination, 31 points secured. IHC now are going to be in the run to steal that first spot away off that league stage from the side of Stalwart Esports, but is that going to be a possibility or not? Because this game was pretty shaky from the side of Stalwart Esports.
Yeah, but you know what I just realized? It's a Mongolian hat trick. 3 games and all 3 teams that have won.
Are you surprised though? Are you surprised?
No.
Exactly. It's just some light work, man. It's just the Mongolian teams pulling off some light work.
Yeah, but I want to see the rest of the teams perform as well. I mean, my one wish has been granted. I am seeing a wonderful run from the teams on the second page. A1 Esport finished in the top 3 in this particular match, which is going to be giving them a nice jump in terms of where they sit in the overall rankings. But they have to be extremely consistent in order to make it happen. Otherwise, I mean, if you are as confident as IHC that you can skip out on 7 games in a row, 7 games in a row, you are not performing that great, and in the 8th game you just get 31 points, make it to the top 5, then for sure. But you have to realize that you need to start performing before it's too late. But again, I want to talk about this moment. What happened, right? How did they not see him? He's just hiding behind the wall.
Yeah, but still, Mafia Ninja, though, I mean, great 2 knocks there from his side. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
If I'm not wrong, he ran out of bullets on the last guy, so I wouldn't really call it a choke. I called it a choke before, but now I got to see that moment clearly in the highlight. And yeah, I think so he ran out of bullets at the last player, so it makes a lot of sense too. He went for a reload, unfortunately, Mafia Ninja, but a valiant effort from his side to take out the entire team, and he almost could have wiped out the team.
Yeah, it was a great game overall. I mean, in terms of the fights that we got to witness, the moments that we got to witness, even in the end, A1 Esport and the lads from 1952 juking it out amongst themselves. IHC just patiently waiting in the backlines to see which one of these 2 teams were going to step out, and IHC just capitalizing the moment. So a very, very impressive team fight from all these 3 squads. Elementrix as well, making it in the top 4. Another team, Necro, as you like to say, who know how to fly under the radar. Avoid as much attention as possible and then strike when the moment is right.
Elementrix, their performance, I would mainly say, really relies on the zone itself as well. If the zone is favoring Elementrix, they would do really good. They wait for the RNG to favor them. And that is something that has always been the problem with Elementrix. They don't try to breach inside the circle, or even if when they do try to breach inside the circle, they usually get caught in the rotations. So Elementrix, the rotation factor definitely needs to be strengthened up, and the firepower as well needs to be tightened up a little bit because there is still some tuning needed.
Well, would you look at that? Another 11 position jump from the lads of IHC Esports, 61 points secured in total. But 1952 DRW, they have been impressive as well, Necro. Look at this, 31 elimination point, 26 placement point, 57 points in total, and 8 position jump with this match.
Big leap from their side, but look at Skylights Gaming, pushed down all the way on 10th spot. If I'm not wrong, we started with Skylights Gaming being in the top 5, and now Skylights Gaming is all the way on the 10th spot. This proves my point exactly, how fragile and how sensitive the top 8 or top 5 can be. You need to be really consistent to maintain that position right there. Maptex Esports as well is slowly and steadily slipping by. Seal 2, they had a great showing yesterday, but today they're not able to live up to the mark.
Well, but let's see. Now, I want to see where A1 Esport will end their day, because they are not sitting on the 20th position anymore. They have moved up to the 18th, and the difference between them, well, with 1 game, they can be on the 11th, or maybe, in fact, inside of the top 8. But they have to make sure they're finishing in the top 3 yet again. And it's not going to be that difficult for them to pull off. It shouldn't be that difficult. They have been doing really well for themselves today. But the problem is they're not going to be playing the next match, which is going to be played on Erangel. A1 Esport, they are from Group B, and Group B is going to be sitting the next game out. So, Necro, that brings us to the important question. What is your prediction?
My prediction, man. IHC, back-to-back, let's go.
Oh.
IHC, back-to-back, I'm a believer. Hit me with an IHC because I know I've seen that happen. We've seen that happen. If this does happen again, it's probably going to be like a little deja vu that has happened in the past. So I wouldn't be surprised if IHC does get a back-to-back here.
Well, you know, we have to establish rivalry, so I'm going to go with Stalwart Esport for this one. I mean, we do expect them to walk away with the win as well. It is Erangel, yeah.
You realize if Stalwart Esports loses again, their fans will be disappointed in you.
I guess so, but my prediction counter is more than you, so I can do whatever I want now.
Wow.
I have been correct more times. It's not about being wrong over here. It's about
I
being
see, Johnny.
times.
Don't even say a word at this point. All right, I see what you're trying to do. You're trying to silence me here. Okay, buddy. You know what? All right.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start to try hard now. I'm gonna be a beast that is untamed. But with that being said, the upcoming game should be played in a while. But before that, we still have a couple of more talks to do. Especially we had to talk about ITC now. ITC popping off in one single game, doing really good. And the reason why we're not calling it a fluke, or we're not really doubting their guts, is you can just search about their past on any website. You can just go to Liquipedia and you can look at all the past PMPLs they've played, and you will understand why are we so confident with this team.
I mean, you just have to say their previous name. Just say Zeus Esports. That's it. Everyone knows what
Season
you're talking
3,
about.
PMPL. Oh boy, that's a nightmare for every single team in the lobby.
Yeah. I mean, we remember. I remember the first time I saw players and teams from Mongolia was back in 2020, 2 years ago, right? And back then they were playing, like, a few of the teams were participating in the wildcard region that used to happen. And over there, it was a completely different play style, but there was one player that was still shining amongst the entire competition, and that was Godless. From there, we saw him in the World League and the World Invitational, and from there on out, Mongolian teams getting involved as a part of the South Asian region. I mean, they have gotten so much better so quickly. We never anticipated the spike that has been shown in the last 2 years. Not even the last 2 years, 2020 to 2021, the difference was massive. With how the game style shifted, with how good they had gotten. And then 2021 to 2022, they have gotten even better. But the good thing that is that since they've been involved with the South Asian teams for so long, the entire region's skill level has been lifted. We have seen DRS be very impressive in the past. We have seen Skylight Gaming be very impressive in the past. Janmara have gotten so much better. Janmara is a team that has been part of the South Asian circuit for a very long time. I've been seeing them for 3 years. That's the duration of my entire career so far. And again, it's not just the big names that have gotten better, it's the young lads as well. I mean, we keep talking about vibes, right? We keep talking about vibes versus vibes. Both the teams absolutely impressive in their debuts.
Exactly, and they have just overall lifted the skill cap in the entire region too. So this is something that is really appreciable too. And there's a reason why every single player or every single team from Mongolia is just so talented. Now, you guys would maybe question me and say that, okay, Savage Esports in the previous PMPL wasn't really doing that good, and they were from Mongolia too. But guys, you guys need to understand, Savage Esports was a team that made Skylights Gaming scared of dropping in Yasna Poliana because they took it over from them. And Skylights Gaming redirected themselves towards Georgiapol Apartments. And that in itself tells us the amount of sheer skill and firepower they have. Skylights Gaming is not just any team in the lobby, but they decided to compromise and just give it away because they realized they stand no chance against Savage. So even if they weren't doing that great, those 4 individual players were just absolutely dominant. And even Sanchir now, if I'm not wrong, he's playing for IHC.
Well, I mean, we all know what's going to happen now. IHC, as you said, Necro, once the momentum gets going for them, they don't stop. And in this game, everyone, every single team, every single individual realizes what is coming their way. But while everyone else is going to be a little bit worried, like, all right, we need to be prepared for a fight against IHC as to how we want to drop them out. There's one team that is going to welcome it with open arms, and that is going to be the lads from Godlike Stalwart. And another team I have to say has to be the lads from Deadeyes, guys. Because Deadeyes, guys, they were one of those teams that knew how to break or, in fact, hold on to the players, just extend the fight long enough for a third party to chime in. Never really worked out in their favor. I mean, it did sometimes if the third parties were picking off the lads from IHC, but they knew how to delay it. And that's the thing. With IHC, the only problem I've noticed is they don't really do well in extended team fights. They are a kind of team that are they come in, finish off the entire squad in a matter of 20-30 seconds, and then they leave. If it goes beyond a minute, then they get too over eager, and then the mistakes start coming in. So if you can extend the fight, if you can delay your own execution, do it for as long as possible, and you will have an opportunity. But ladies and gentlemen, 4th game of the day underway on the map of Erangel.
Well, exactly. That's going to be the end of the podcast tower of me, Necro, and Johnny. Now it's time to move inside the game as the plain flat path of this Erangel map. This time, the plain flat path is going to be starting all the way from Hospital, all the way towards Nowhere. That means Stalwart Esports, no trouble in their boots just yet. They're going to have a clean drop in the end at Nowhere, but teams that will have a little struggle has to be Skylights Gaming all the way up to Yasna Poliana. Maybe Deadeye's guys a little bit. They will have a bit of stretch. But still, nothing to worry about.
Let's see. As of now, they have nothing to worry about, but maybe in the later stage of the game, it's going to be quite interesting to see how, or in fact, where the circle is going to be and how it's going to move. IHC quite close to the players of WIZZES Club. T2K dropping out towards northern part of the map as well. Elementrix going for a very interesting split. But we all know they're going to head towards the Ferry Pier Primos position. TRZ quite close to them as well. A massive cluster towards the western side of the map. But towards the military island, we have the players of DEW and Stalwart Esports dropping out.
Exactly. And VENOM Legends, of course, going all the way towards Milta Power. But military circle. I am so excited. Wanted to see this. And finally, a military base circle. I love it. I want to see this circle shift all the way down south. And I want to see all these teams go through hell.
Yeah, now this is going to be a challenge. This game is the real deal.
Let me tell you what. Yeah. For IHC, this is going to be a real challenge because IHC has dropped all the way up north in Georgia Pool. And if I still remember, back in GC in the Global Championship, Navi used to drop in that spot exactly. And Navi, whenever the circle would shift all the way down south, they would always struggle to make a rotation inside the military island. Always. Yeah. So Georgia Pool, if you're going to be starting things off in Georgia Pool and you need to move all the way down south, you're always going to have so many teams eyeing out for you. And considering you will automatically be late at the rotation too, so you're not going to have a lot of knowledge of how teams are positioned.
But here's the thing though, in the previous season that we keep talking about, IHC, they have played these late circles from the Georgia Pool containers area. They got better with time, and I believe since the momentum is in their control right now, they have a chance of getting a lot of points from this match as well. They're still going to be a massive threat. But the question is there, how do they deal with the squad from WIZZES Club? Now, that is something that I will be interested in. But apart from that, it looks like Scarlet Gaming quite close to the players of Seal. And in fact, it's Mafia Ninja who is quite close to Zeke from the side of Seal Esports. On the other side, an early fight between Elementrix and the players of Raw, who were trying to cross the bridge super early, but they are being dropped left, right, and center. Two players finished off. Liquid is going to go down as well. Yekta securing that point for his team. Mr. Smokey and Enkus, all that remain for the side of Raw.
Observers, wake up! Show us Raw! There was an entire brawl happening on the other side. But over here, the little stalemate. Mafia Ninja trapped inside this shack. Raw now only left with two players up and alive, Smokey and Enkus, with a big boulder on their shoulders. How are they going to carry it? That's a big burden. They will now need to try and carry the team towards the path of success. But, Johnny, tell me one successful moment in your life.
One successful moment in my life?
Yeah. That you still remember and you're really proud of.
Oh, that has to be my first LAN, 2019 fall split. I mean, I miss the crowd, man. I miss you guys listening our voices right now.
Oh, you miss like the LAN environment?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Damn. But anyways, moving on towards the game as Raw officials with already down 2 men. Definitely things are going to be quite tough for them to move on over in the future. With that being said, this is the most amount of eliminations we've had so far in the first 5 minutes. 2 eliminations.
Why did you bring that up?
Gotta bring it up. I mean, it's once in a blue moon.
I missed the matches yesterday. Yesterday we were seeing very intense action in the early stages.
Oh yeah, it was quick games. Especially, I want to see some fly path, which is just completely directed towards one side, and then these teams are forced to fight against each other. That's when I love, early aggression. But
It becomes
anyways,
quite
Johnny, I have a
tricky.
question. When are we gonna go to
Yeah.
the gym?
I don't know. Why are you waiting for me to go to the gym?
Dude, why
I'm
not? Listen,
already in shape. I'm a
I don't
beast.
have any friends, man.
Well, you have me. You have lovely viewers who are watching us right now.
No, exactly. I have you. That's why I'm asking you. Let's go to the gym together. I want to get some six packs.
I don't.
Dude, come on, man. Okay. You see, guys, these guys are pulling me back. If these guys wouldn't, I would be in shape until
Wow.
now.
Wow. Yeah, that's the reason. That is the reason.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. Jokes aside, time to get our heads back in the game. Elementrix now, again, as I mentioned, they really are heavily relying on that luck factor in the game, on that RNG factor. When the circle favors them, that's the only time Elementrix does really good. And there needs to be a cure for this type of situation, because this just proves one thing. When the circle shifts away from them, they're just not able to breach inside the zone. Somewhere down the line, there needs to be some sort of work or some sort of homework being done on the rotation.
Well, but for now, all that homework is going to be out the window since a massive cluster has formed towards the shoreline of the main island, the southern shoreline. 1952 up against the players of Sealy Esport. They have found the opening, but I don't think they're going to get a few more extra points from this, or more points from this, since Sealy Esports now will be changing their rotation pathway. They're going to be moving in another direction. 1952 on the other side against Skylight Gaming now. So from one rotation being intercepted to the other, but it's not going to stop them. Entry finding the opening, takes AJ down in the water. Mr. Boronite right next to him. Will he be able to survive? They do have Nimai on the flank, who will be able to provide some suppressing fire, keeping his teammates safe. Entry, he needs to be careful about this.
1952 on the edge lines. Being the Guardian Angels, they're not going to let anyone breach in on this side. Scarlet's Gaming Nima's already found a footing on the ground, though, and he's spotted out as well. Now the information is going to be conveyed to the teammate, and RX Jax is not going to let him stay on this side for any longer. Skylights Gaming, they've walked into a trap that was set by the players in 1952. It was a death trap, and now it has turned into a deadlock that Skylights Gaming will need to set free.
Well, it is just Nima who holds the fate of his teammates in his hands. If he can retaliate over there, take down a few individuals from the side of 1952, then Skylight Gaming, they might be able to walk out of the situation alive. But 1952, they're going to be upset now, Necro. DW took their points. They got those knocks. So
You remember that?
precious.
You remember that meme where a guy's walking down the road and he finds a piece of candy and is like, "Oh, piece of candy. Ooh, piece of candy." That's exactly what happened.
Lol.
It just got stolen away like a piece of candies. Unfortunately,
Yep.
though, yeah, 1952. I mean, they were already not having that good of a time inside the lobbies, but with that being said, they're having even worse now. But Seal, Seal is here to ruin them even more. 1952 entry out the game. You blink it and you miss it.
That has to be the unluckiest play I have seen. They found 1 point. They were like, all right, we can get a few more. Take on the players of Skylight Gaming. Get 2 knocks. But then all of a sudden, they lose the points. The bodies that they had dropped, they start vanishing. And now they have one of their own down on his knees. But it should be a quick recovery, though, since the players from Sealy Esports have backed off. 1952, the revive should come in. And soon, in fact.
It indeed will. Raw officials still with the 2 players. They're trying to play things as safe as possible. They're in a social distancing currently. They do not want to be near anyone. They're far away in their own realm, in their own game. But soon they will be forced away from this too. They will need to move in close quarters with other team. Now, military base is the circle, and as long as you're in the military base, that's all that's going to matter.
Let's see. There's a massive cluster of teams around the military base, around the around the C building, as in fact, especially towards the eastern part of the actual military base. I want to see where the players of Stalwart Esport are going to be, because usually their strategy in a situation like this is to take control of the observatory that's going to be there, use the high ground advantage to get, yeah, that is exactly how they like to play it. Where Scry is, they get all the information from that position, move down south, and then they start clearing the entirety of the military base, starting from the southern wall that's there. On our screens, though, are the players of Raw, having lost 2 in the early stages. There's not a lot that they can do apart from just playing for those survival points.
AUG is going to be in the airdrop 1 with a couple of upgrades if they do want to go for it. Again, it's going to be quite a risky one too, so I'm not sure if any of these teams do want to go for it. But anyways, it is up for grabs, and no one's really close to it. Skylights Gaming is the only team. There's one more team right next to him too. Skylights Gaming, already their game's being ruined. It's all down to Mafia Ninja and Mr. Boro. So at least in this game, we have no expectations from them. Stalwart Esports, they have been graced by the zone as well. Maybe there's a chance they might just steal it away this time.
Ooh, IHC under some fire. Demo is going to be knocked out.
Exactly. Exactly what I was talking about.
Cordless is down as well.
Exactly what I was talking about, Johnny. When you're going to be dropping all the way up north and the circle shifts away from you all the way down south, you're going to step inside an unknown territory. You're going to step inside a territory that is completely anonymous. You will have no sort of info about that place, and that's what exactly happened. ITC set a foot in the trap that was being set by the players of WIZZES Club, and they were just waiting for the players of ITC to walk into it, and as soon as they did, ITC just got obliterated.
Let's see, IHC.
They got eliminated.
Out of the game, Necro!
Told you, man.
I didn't pick IHC, though.
I did, but as soon as I saw the circle, my hopes were just gone. I knew there's no chance.
So maybe you are the real...
No, it's the zone, not me. I swear. Guys, don't hate me. It's not me. But I'm going to hold on to my words for now. Elementrix. They've spotted out the entire team of TK, so Dish falls down. Oh, forgot to put his pedals. Forgot to put his feet on the brake there. And just couldn't stop the vehicle. It just straight up flew down from the hill. And Sundash is now down here with the vehicle. But yeah,
sent
TK
it down the mountain.
But TK, at least they've got the control of the watchtower.
Well, let's see though, Elementrix, they have the vision. They know that they want to take this fight. Trying to kill, they're trying to avoid this, running across the bridge as well. Rick still on the watchtower, has a vehicle right next to him, but he needs to be extremely careful with how he chooses to go by the lads from Elementrix. He's going to have his teammate right next to him as well. Although the blue zone has started to move, and Elementrix, they're going to have to make the move as well now. I'm worried about Elementrix at this point, because T2K, what they're going to do is cross the bridge and keep their eyes peeled for the team that's coming right behind them.
But T2K, yeah, the team that's coming behind them. But the problem is, Elementrix's confidence is something that's really lacking, so I don't think they're going to sting anytime soon. Even if they do, they're just going to miss shots like this.
But let's see, Jade getting the point for Shawl being finished off. Rig is keeping an eye on Precious. Now he's going to start to take the damage from the blue as well, so he needs to run away. Jane still on the watchtower, and he's being pushed upon by 2 players. Drops a nade towards Precious, but it does not connect. Yeta coming in with a slam. Is going to get out of the vehicle. The shot's being fired. Jane's going to be knocked out. No teammate available for cover, so Jane's going to be finished off.
Jane out the fray. T2K now handicapped big time as they've lost one of the biggest players inside the entire lobby. Now The bridge is going to be heavily contested as WIZZES Club as well is looking to challenge this entire fray. Elementrix might just be on the receiving end, but TDK will try to take a big advantage of this factor that these two teams are now going to start to duke it out. There's a possibility of a third party here if they do want to go for it. WIZZES Club, a great distraction, and from the back it's Orange striking in as WIZZES Club's Octopus is still in the clothesline. Orange has no clue that Octopus is still close to him. Octopus will find a clean knockout. It's not going to be any sort of struggle just yet. WIZZES Club, they're going to do some light work on the players of Elementrix.
The late rotation from WIZZES Club doing wonders. Skylight Gaming on the other side taking an exit on the 15th position. Skylight Gaming not really having a good day today. The game's not really going in their favor. WIZZES Club, red is going to be dropped out as he bleeds out to the blue. Kiva up against Precious from Elementrix. Both the players putting on first aid, but the shots do connect. In fact, the good jiggle, the AK. Spray control right there. Elementrix getting shown the exit from this game. So 16 minutes in, we are down to 13 teams and 44 players surviving.
Still a decent amount of teams up and alive. Now the military circle is going to start to fill up with a lot of teams. And eventually it's going to turn into an absolute chaos. WIZZES Club still outside the zone. Now the zone's going to start to chunk in a lot of damage. Cannot afford to stay outside the zone anymore. But they are being pretty quick too. And you've got to be quick. They're pretty deep in the blue zone. Finally we'll step out. We'll now start with med again. WIZZES Club is facing all sort of problems. And they're also burning through a lot of meds at this point. TRC inside the circle, playing it really safe and sound, and this is the type of gameplay you really need when you know things are not really going in your favor.
Well, let's see. TRZ have been a little bit, well, it's sort of an on-again, off-again situation with them. When we see them pop off one game, the next game is going to be a slow one, but this time around, they have managed to get into a wonderful position quite earlier on. Holding on to the southern edge of the military base. Janmara on the other side. Now the pressure arrives in the form of godlike stalwart. Snipe and Galzen hiding in the shed right here. Action leading the charge for his team. Top Scry and Pika right behind him. Let's see how this fight is going to go.
Really tough to call indeed. But John Mara too, not even moving a muscle, not even moving an inch. But in the elimination feed, we see the players of TDK against the players of WIZZES. As TDK, they were setting up a field. I mentioned this, TDK, they wanted to take an advantage of the fact that these two teams were still fighting outside the zone. And that's what TDK is exactly doing. They're waiting for the players of WIZZES to step inside the zone. And as soon as they do, they will be executed. John Mara, though, it's a 2-2 split where the rest two players are under the territory of godlike stalwart.
Well, let's see. As you said, they are under the territory of stalwart esport. Pika needs to be careful. Dusty Susan from the side of Venom Legends. Dax and TRZ still going at it. Mamba is going to be dropped by Assault and finished off instantly. DEW getting spoiled out by the players of WIZZES Club as they find the opening. Matt Cat is going to be dropped out from the side of TRZ. TRZ, not a lot of bodies left to keep on fighting. Just two players remaining.
ATRAX finally. This is the only time I've seen the most amount of spotlight being given to this team. ATRAX, it seems like they have been absent throughout this entire competition. But they're also getting picked off one after the other. This time it's TRZ who wanted a little bit of piece of the pie. As one player's knocked out, Assault OP. Now it's a complete unsettlement in the side of ATRAX. And Dax, definitely in state of discomfort. They're quite unsettled too. Nades are being tossed in their direction. Another thing they need to worry about is WIZZES on the left side. And that's what they're exactly doing. Assault OP is barely surviving on sliver of health. He's just being rested back up on his feet. Spike, I'm not sure if this is a great move or not, but you're going to be exposed from a lot of direction. On top of the plane, does not care about a thing. The only target he cares about is TRC in the front lines, and he wants to eliminate him. Bucky is distracting him pretty well. Atomic with a nice cover fire, but he will be instantly cut off as well.
Well, let's see how far can they go. Assault and Paragon all left standing for the side of ATRAX. A spike was dropped down to his knees in the blue zone damage. Will it be enough? Yes, Assault is going to be taken out as well. Should have just kept on running right there. Missed just the time it takes to put on a first aid kit. The Warriors on the other side, they also have just 2 players remaining, and WIZZES Club, they're not going to let this one go. Dax eliminated from the match, and I believe the next team to go down is going to be the EW. Raw go out as well. We're down to 8 teams, 7 teams, ladies and gentlemen, remaining in this match with 22 players still alive. Seal Esports being shown the exit door back to the lobby by the players of Jan Mara.
DRS, they are creating a smoke pathway. They do want to make it in, but is it going to be a possibility or not? It does seem like next to impossible because there's just a ton of bullets just flying in their way. And to avoid them, dodge them, you've got to be Neo from Matrix. But WIZZES Club, before dying, just trying to spoil the game of the players in 1952, almost did too. Devil Boy was knocked out. He was the casualty there, but he was just knocked out. That's it. Stalwart Esports on top of this hill. Top's going to pull up as well. The entire squad of Giant Mara finally reunites.
Well, let's see how far they will go in this game. Top 5 teams remaining. We have 16 players still alive. 1952 having a pretty fun time in this match. 3 players still alive. Looking pretty solid. On the other side, VENOM Legends holding on to their position on the high ground. DRS, they're going to close in towards the military base as well. Stalwart Esports still on top of Jan Mara. And I believe that is one thing that has been protecting Jan Mara this entire time, is just the fact they have a massive threat right next to them. No one is going to approach them. No one is going to close the distance.
But Johnny, a team that has been slipping under the radar the entire time, that is not really getting any sort of spotlight onto themselves, is VENOM Legends. All 4 players up until now. They also have a solid positioning on top of the hill. They have a lot of intel. They have a vital information that's being gathered. But they now need a breach inside the zone, and that's where Stalwart Esports and Giant Mara have full control of. Stalwart Esports looking to breach inside that little bunker where Giant Mara is holding, and they're inside as well. Pika is trying to lob in some nades, he's trying to sneak some nades in, hoping that maybe he's going to find the opening, and it does! One man taken down, Giant Mara. Now they're going to start to bleed as Stalwart Esports, they want to press on the wounds even more. They want to rub some salt on the wounds, but is that going to be a possibility? Is that going to let happen or not? Godlike, there's just over and over just bombarding this bunker with the nades as Stalwart, they're looking to shut down the team in the front, and they easily do. Not even breaking a sweat.
Well, 5 eliminations secured by the players of Stalwart Esports. 3 men left standing, and they're going to look to close this game out. They have control of the circle as well. VENOM Legends moving smack in the center of the action. Now going to be spotted out by the players of DRS. 1952, I'm sorry. And it is going to be an interesting situation right there. Top 3 teams in this game. VENOM Legends, Suzanne taking a few shots upon his body, but he's still looking very healthy to finish off this game. It's a 4 versus 3 situation. And all 3 teams are in the zone. So we will have to wait for the next one to see how these fights are going to go. Because right now, no one is going to force it. No one is going to take the risk.
VENOM Legends running on the edge of the fences, hoping that no one's going to spot him out just yet, but their position has been compromised. 1952 and Stalwart know exactly where they're present as well. It's just a matter of seconds when the first man will be sniffed out, and that's what exactly is going to happen. Stalwart Esports, without wasting any sort of time, they've already opened the fray up against VENOM Legends, and now the smokes are going to be tossed in. Look at the way they challenge the fights as well. The movement they have to try and dodge every single bullet. Some blind fire in front of him, but Pika catches a bit too much hurt. He will need to back out now, and he exactly does. VENOM Legends, this is the closest they've been to a victory.
Well, they are very close indeed, but it's not done yet. The victory is not theirs yet, and the nades dropping in. Ripson, he is going to be dropped down to his knees as well. A lot of damage incoming from the players of Stalwart. But godlike Stalwart, they have the advantage of the high ground. They have a lot of vision available to them. They can finish this off. They can finish off the players of VENOM Legends.
Wow.
Ripson goes out Scry with a wonderful spray right there. But the revive did come in. So it's now a 3v3 for a few seconds. As soon as I say that, I did not even finish the sentence. And VENOM Legends, they're down to their last player. Godlike Stalwart looking to secure another win for the day. 8 eliminations secured. Raw, they step out in the open. Dante is going to be dropped for no reason at all. And he's going to be dropped by Gangster from the side of Venom Legends. But the point, did the point go to Stalwart? No.
Yeah, it did. It did.
No. They had 8 eliminations already. It would have been 9. Gangster pulled off a gangster move. He took what he wanted.
Godlike Stalwart with the high ground, having the most amount of opportunities and the most amount of advantage available inside the game. Gangster being pinned in that little tower, cannot move out. 1952, that's going to be an end to that fairy tale right there. And now it's the final man, the last glimmer of hope up and alive for Venom Legends, and Gangster is still barely surviving. He wants to live until the last breath. He wants to live until the last moment. He wants to pull something off. He wants to at least scratch the gods here. He wants to take down at least one person. He wants to make them bleed. And trust me, the gods, they do bleed as well. And this is what Gangster's here to prove. Is his heroics gonna prove that or not? We're here to find out. Nates are tossed in, utilities to flush out the man, but somehow Gangster is not being flushed out yet. But gods this time, they will not bleed. A Stalwart Esports, they will secure a chicken dinner in the second last game of the day.
The lads from Stalwart Esports just ran. They were walking towards him. Like, all right, this is ours. We are going to take it, our win. And they are still on the first position. Something's never changed. 25 points secured from this particular match. And, well, Necro?
Yeah, I'm just astonished, man.
Yeah.
I'm just surprised.
What were our predictions, buddy?
Listen, all right, Johnny. You don't need to rub it in my face like that, all right?
Yeah.
You don't need to rub it in my face like that. Listen, Johnny, you know you got clearly lucky with the zone, okay? You got clearly lucky with the zone, all right? Listen, the zone was just gifted to you. It's like the PUBG gods are listening to our casting right now, and they're like, okay, yeah, Johnny's saying this. All right, he's predicting this. All right, here we go. Give it to him.
Excuses in-game, excuses outside the game. Why do you never win?
What do you mean excuses? Dude, I'm the best player ever. I'm just kidding.
But to be honest, yeah, the zone was Stalwart's. It was supposed to be Stalwart's game from the very first zone itself. They have a very good win rate in circles on the military island. They know how to play these zones. And apart from that, I mean, it was going to be a difficult game for everyone else because you have 2 crossing points, right? One is in control of Stalwart, Godlike Stalwart. The other one was being blocked by the players from Elementrix, and I believe WIZZES Club showed up super late over there, but Raw did manage to close in a little bit early. So there was always a fight happening towards the military bridge, and Nova Repnoy Bridge, you don't even want to think about it because that is an instant squad wipe waiting to happen. But it was an impressive match, and we're going to talk about a lot about it, but after this very short break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Split of 2022. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me, and Stalwart Esport. Well, Godlike Stalwart, in fact, as they are called now. No matter how much we praise them, it is going to be an understatement about them. 4 chicken dinners, Necro, out of the 8 matches that they've played. 50%
Impressive.
win rate.
Impressive.
In a game that is based around RNG. Yeah.
I mean, that's all I'm going to say. Impressive. That's all I can actually say. It's just sheer skill and the fragging powers of this entire team and the way the team synergy, how they work around each other. It's just incredible. It's like they've figured, they've cracked the code of how to play PUBG.
They have figured it out. They know how to win, and it is very difficult to stop them unless, in fact, the game betrays them. Otherwise, in a situation like this, it's a guaranteed win, basically. But on the other side, we did see a lot of interesting plays being made. I have to give props to the players of TRZ. They showed phenomenal perseverance in this match as well, up until Dax came along, and they got sandwiched between the players of Dax and VENOM Legends and Stalwart as well in the distance. In fact, they were taking heavy fire from every single direction, but they had a good approach to this matchup. Elementrix, I'd like to see them be a part of that action towards the military bridge area. That was a good position for them to hold, but the only thing, had they moved into the main island a little bit earlier on, they could have had a good finish in this match as well.
All I'm going to say to Stalwart Esports is perfection personified.
Yeah.
Yep. Nothing else. No, nothing else can be said this well. Everything else, if you try to praise them, will be an understatement about this team, because whatever they're doing is working so well. They're playing the game perfectly. The approach from their side has been perfect as well. It's not even like they're playing it safe and sound. They're playing it aggressive. They are going for the elimination points all the time, and they're coming out on top of that as well. But what has surprised me over here as well this time is that Pika has got the most amount of elimination. 5 elimination points and 5 knockouts for this man. He's stolen the highest elimination off that previous game. Then you have WIZZES Club coming in too. Octopus with the most amount of damage dealt. Scry as well with 5 elimination points.
Well. It is an impressive run from the lads of Godlike Stalwart. WIZZES Club as well, an impressive run from their side. Octopus getting the highest damage number over here and also the highest healing done. But headed towards the last game of the day, I think it is going to be a huge sigh of relief from every single team that's going to be playing in that match, because Group A is going to be the group sitting it out. This was the last game for Godlike Stalwart. Now, after this, their standing, at least for today, is going to be solidified. And we have to see where they end up. It's probably going to be on the first position.
Oh, yeah, of course. It is going to be on the first position. But we talked about Stalwart Esports just setting a target for all the other teams that are trying to climb up on that first spot. And they've done it phenomenally, too. Now, Stalwart Esports, they're going to be just running ahead. Every single team is playing a marathon, but Stalwart Esports is in a sprint race, and they're looking unstoppable up till now. And if this just keeps on going, every single team in the lobby, they're going to have to struggle even more. And I'm mainly focusing on T2K here. Now they're sitting on the second spot, and Stalwart Esports is running away with the lead. Something needs to be done here from the side of T2K if they really do care about that first spot.
Well, let's see what they are going to pull off, though, in the next few matches. VENOM Legends, 19 points from this game, 1952, 16 points WIZZES Club, 13. Miramar are there with 12. I mean, not a lot to complain. I don't have anything to complain about from this game. This was a pretty decent match. It was a very good match indeed, because the teams that we saw getting taken out early, to be fair, are the very teams that were the furthest away from the circle. You talk about IHC, you talk about the lads from WIZZES Club as well. WIZZES Club did, in fact, got very cheeky with the fact that they just stayed behind, fought it out with Elementrix and the other team that were there on the military bridge, T2K, I believe it was. And they arrived at the right nick of time, wherein both the teams they knew were bleeding out. Their individuals were taken out. They were under heavy pressure from the Blues and from each other as well. WIZZES Club came in, took both of them down, and then started to move forward. But other than that, every single other team, you talk about Skylight Gaming, IHC, all the teams were the furthest away from the circle, and because of which we expected as well. You called it in the early stages of the game itself. You said it was going to be a very difficult game. We might see them getting taken out early, and that's what happened.
Exactly. I mean, usually when it's the southern circle and when you're trying to enter inside the circle pretty late, either it's going to be next to impossible, or even if you do enter, it's always going to be some casualties being taken on your side. Now, Skylights Gaming here try to enter inside the zone way too early in the game, and that's why they got picked up by the players of WIZZES Club, who were just camping on the edge side of that entire base right there. So Skylights Gaming getting picked off right in the water lines. They could not even defend themselves. They could not even fight back. It was pretty much some easy pickings for them. And then later on in the end, it was just Godlike Stalwart playing a nice discipline and a controlled game, and also showing a nice controlled aggression from their side to win the entire game. And it's just Godlike Stalwart doing Godlike Stalwart things, and nothing much can be said.
Yeah, it's just Godlike Stalwart, as you said, doing Godlike Stalwart thing. And now the question is, what will it take from the other squads to stop them? What will it take to disrupt the momentum? Because as of now, you know for a fact that they will be skipping out in the last game and they won't be there. So that is, well, not really something that works out in your favor, because then you have to face them the next day in the first match itself. But if you go to the finals, wherein you know you're going to face them in every single match, how do you stop them? How do you break their flow? But for now, I guess nothing is going to be stopping them in their tracks. 123 points secured in the 8 matches. And as I said, 4 wins in the 8 matches that they played, 50% win rate. I don't think I've seen that before.
Yeah, me neither. It's just some crazy stuff. And looking at that type of performance always just leaves my jaw hanging. It just drops my jaw because Stalwart Esports, oh boy, they're just proving every single team inside this competition unparalleled. Now, Unch said that TDK, they're in form. And if that's the best a team in form can do, then Stalwart Esports is miles ahead.
Yeah. I mean, if the difference is going to be somewhere around 50 points, then you have to be extremely, extremely critical of every single move that you make in game. Look at that. 2 wins yesterday, 2 wins today, and I guess now they are, well, in fact, they are done for the day as well. Yeah. Miramar, the last game, Group A, is the group that will be sitting out of this game. So it's going to be Godlike, Stalwart, WIZZES Club, Raw, and 1952 who will be sitting this game out. But DEADEYES Guys, High Voltage, Gremlin Storm, and A1 Esports are going to be returning. And again, ladies and gentlemen, as you guys saw on the schedule as well, in fact, are seeing on the schedule right now, the last game of the day will be played on the map of Miramar.
Yeah, that last game will be played on Miramar. I love this change in the schedule as well, just to spice things up a bit more, bring in that variety too, and keep the players guessing in general. But yeah, now the last game is going to be played on Miramar, and as Johnny mentioned, Group A is going to be sitting it out. That means Stalwart Esports is not going to be playing in this one anymore. But what I'm really looking out for here is IHC again. Now, they had a really bad game in the previous one. Let's be honest, I'm going to be a little critical here. They had a bad game in the previous one. So the consistency now has dropped down miles. They were in the top 5, but I'm pretty sure in the overall rankings after that, they're not in the top 5 anymore. The position has instantly been compromised by some other team. To be back in the top 5, they need to end things on a great note. And once you do end things on a great note, you will also be able to start things on a great note tomorrow as well. Or day after tomorrow, my bad. So this is really needed. You need to have a good start in general.
Yeah. Exactly. I mean, it is going to be quite important, as you mentioned, to carry the momentum forward to tomorrow. And if you do get the first game tomorrow, that means you are going to be starting on a high note. The rest of the day does feel a lot easier. Your mental confidence is going to be on a whole another level. And it is going to be quite interesting to see as to how the other teams make it work. We know IHC is very good at it. We know DRS, Skylight Gaming, they know how to make it work. We know Godlike, Stalwart. I mean, I don't even need to say it. You guys understand. They know how to continue the momentum from one match to other, from one day to the other. Even though they're not going to be playing the last game of the day, at least for their last game, they got a win, and they will be doing really well. Well, trying to start off on a high note tomorrow. But in this particular game, we have those extra teams that are going to be dropping in. Janmara, I want to see what they're going to be able to pull off in this particular match. But even in the previous Miramar that we had, we saw a wonderful run from 2 teams in particular that have been, well, we have been quite critical of, A1 Esport and 1952. I want to see if they can pull it off again. Well, 1952 is not really going to be there, so maybe A1 Esport. They've had a pretty decent day. I want to see if they can finish on a high note.
Oh, that's a big gamble here, Johnny. That's a really big
let's
gamble
go
here. Going with A1 Esports, but I'm going to go with IHC. As I had a talk before, too, if IHC is able to end things on a great note, they will be able to start things on a great note in the other day as well. So IHC really does need this, especially to make the comeback happen, especially to bring back the hopes in the fans' eyes. So IHC needs this one in the back, so I'm going to go with IHC with my prediction. And let's see if they've got it in the back or not, because my prediction counter is just lacking, man. It's slacking. It's slacking.
It's 3-1 right now.
It's 1. Come on, I need to make it 2.
Ooh, if I get this right. Wow. I'm going to be the kingmaker then.
What do you mean the kingmaker? Hold on.
I'm going to change my IG into the kingmaker. I predict you become the kings. Yeah, that's how it goes.
It's okay, Johnny. Sometimes you do feel on top of the world.
Yeah. And that's when all the sunlight is gonna start to hurt your eyes, so gotta protect your eyes.
Okay, well, that's enough, Johnny, okay? All right, it's like you're rubbing the salt on my wounds over and over again all the times. I understand, all right? My predictions aren't really that great. Just give me, you know what? I'm also shaking away the jitters, okay? I'm still getting used to the lobby. I'm also getting used to the lobby. Just give me some more time. You know what I'm capable of. You know my skill cap. Come on. But yeah, with that being said, the final game of the day should be upcoming soon as well, and it's going to be ending things on Miramar. Now, a lot of hope and a lot of expectations from a decent amount of teams here. Even Deadeye's guys need to step things up. Even
Yeah.
Skylights Gaming themselves need to step things up. A lot of teams and a lot of expectations. We'll be able to find out as soon as the game starts.
Yeah, but let's see. I mean, my prediction with A1 Esport is going to be, it is going to be quite tricky if that works out, because A1 Esports on Miramar especially have, well, the mid game is also extremely slow, and that is where things do tend to hurt. They hold on to those compounds or curve positions for extremely long amounts of time, which results in their late game rotations being, well, being messed up by the other teams who start gatekeeping, especially on this particular map where you can see the enemy coming in from a long distance. But I guess, ladies and gentlemen, the game is about to begin, so we're gonna be moving towards the action in a few short moments, and well, that moment is right now.
Exactly, as the planned flight path this time is going to be starting all the way from the right side of the map, from Impala towards Valle del Mar. An interesting one indeed, completely just tilting all the way down south. That means teams do want to go towards Hacienda del Patrol, even San Martin, even Monte Nuevo or El Pozo. It's going to be quite a long stretch. They will need to drop in the halfway and try to gather some vehicles, and then that's the only way they will be able to make it to their designated drop spots. Especially for Skylights Gaming, it's going to be next to impossible to make it towards La Cobreria. So I want to see what sort of a decision they make on the fly.
Well, let's see what the decision making is going to look like. But in the meanwhile, Jan Mara dropping with the players of Skylight Gaming. Even though they don't drop anywhere close to each other, it's going to be quite interesting to see how this time these two teams are going to play this one out. Gremlin Storm heading towards Impala, Puerto Palacio under the control of Seal Esport. We do have, once again, two teams dropping towards Los Leones in the form of Maptex and also the players away one.
Exactly. Well, here we go. VENOM Legends, as always, just ejecting all the way in the end. TRZ going towards Valle del Mar. The circle's going to be down south too. Los Leones is going to be the central point, and I would love to see an urban finish, a Los Leones finish, because that is something that always just excites me.
Well, but let's see. I want to see now. This is an interesting circle right here, centered towards La Benedita position. We can expect some early game collision as well. And right there, we do have Jan Mara Gunner trying to gun down the players of Skylight Gaming as they try to run away from them. Oh, it's on to the break of dawn right now. The chase, the hunt, it is underway. But let's see if they are going to be successful. I think it is a massive mistake. They need to rotate towards their own drop and start looting. Skylight Gaming, you're never going to catch them. It is Miramar. The roads are just too bumpy.
Yeah, they did out, especially if you're going to have a Murado. That is not the exact type of vehicle you want in these type of roads, so you might as well would just want to go back to your spot, loot up, and not really waste a lot of time in the early phase of the zone because it's quite precious. On the other hand, you also see IHC already just scratching the enemies here and there. They've found a knockout. They've also found a complete confirmation. But a good news for the side of TDK is that Stalwart Esports is not playing in this one. So there's a chance to close in the gap a bit.
I mean, it's a 40+ point difference right there between the two teams. The team sitting on the first position and the team on the second position right now. But as you said, Necro, this is the perfect opportunity to negate that difference. Otherwise, it's going to be quite interesting. And in fact, quite difficult to make it happen later on. Janmara, all four players. There's one car just looking for a position where they can safely loot, get the gear that they want, then move further in the game.
Sights locked, guns trained, players aims ready as well. Jane knows exactly where the enemy is. Currently just being the silent assassin. Just waiting for someone to step out of their comfort zone. And as soon as they do, as soon as they step out of the cover, Jane will try to inflict some pain and bullets. But it's going to be quite a quick rotation for the side of DRS as well, because the distance is way too far away. And it's going to be really tough to land any sort of shots. So Jane, it was just a little bit of suppressing fire to spook him away.
Well, let's see. Sandesh getting the first drop right there on the players of DRS. Can they manage to convert a few more? Skylight Gaming on the other side. Well, they are right on the northwestern edge of the circle towards Elazar. Not a lot of trouble in their way. Will have an easier time in the early game stages. DRS, Delta knocked out. His teammates just looking to see if they can find a way to help him back on his feet. Otherwise, the players of T2K, they're going to secure the first, their first pick of this particular match.
T2K, they've already knocked on the doors of DRS. One of the players also bleeding out, but DRS does not want to let Delta be a lost casualty here. Sandesh, on the other hand, though, he smells the blood and he wants to taste it. He wants to take down Delta, but on the other hand, DRS, all they're waiting for is Sandesh to just peek out even a bit. A little opportunity to shut him down. But is Sandesh going to let that happen? No, it's going to be the answer. Instead, decides to take an exit. Premature option from the side of Sandesh. Does not want to engage in the fight anymore. Neither wants to be a greedy goblin.
Well, let's see. Delta finish off. DRS in a world of hurt right now. Just 3 players remaining. Massive disadvantage within the first 5 minutes being handed to you. It's not something that you want for you or your teammates, but let's see how they are going to deal with this one. And they know that T2K are going to be waiting for them in the distance as well. Killer YT getting the loot in, while Rules and Gyante are also going to spread out. Massive cluster of teams in the center of the map towards Laba and Adita. Gremlin Storm closing in on that position along with the players of A1 Esport and Maptech fighting it out as they are exiting the city of Los Leones. Apex taking a few shots towards the lads of A1. Does not manage to connect though.
Maptechs straight up blocking their sights on top of the hill. A1 Esports too, I mean, they realize they currently have a king spot. They don't want to let it go. But Maptechs, on the other hand, oh boy, talk about a prime performance missing. Maptechs is really missing out on the performance that we've been witnessing throughout these years. But hopefully, they're able to make it in top 12, and that's all that matters. Top 12 is the goal here. As long as you're in top 12, you'll be able to get to play the bonus game, and you'll also have a nice booster in the grand finals to play with.
Leo just revealed himself twice. So Nesta looking in the wrong direction. They do see the buggies in the distance, but it's a little bit outside their range. They won't be able to connect those shots. Apex is the man who's closest to them, but it is not going to be an easy job to finish off the players, the lads from the side of Maptex Esports. And Maptex also realize this. If they get delayed because of this fight, if they do not find a better position inside of the circle, because you know in a short while Seal Esports are going to be coming in from the rear, then you're going to be in trouble in a few short moments. So you have to start moving in towards the center, find a safe haven, find some cover, and just try and protect yourselves till basically the end. Again, ladies and gentlemen, your prediction, it is DE. We have 38% of our viewers supporting the lads from DEADEYES, guys.
Elementrix having a pretty decent spot over here for themselves. Johnny, you know, I still remember that one comment someone made in the chat in the previous PMPL, and it was about IHC. If I'm not wrong, it went something like this. It's hot, deserty lands of Miramar and icy melts. Because
Yeah.
Zeus, because IHC was not doing even good in the previous PMPL, or not doing that great. And
Yeah.
that just cracks me up.
I mean, to be fair, that wasn't the season that IHC were hoping for. It was not their performance. There was a switch in play style from there, and instead of being the hyper aggressive IHC that we were used to seeing, that one particular season they risk everything, just looking at the bigger picture, just improving themselves. And it seems like it's worked out because over here, 7 games down, they make the jump to the top 4, and now again they are making the push. Oh, I love this, the AMR in action. Let's go.
Ooh! This is the most powerful gun inside the game. Who's gonna take it? Who's gonna take it with a suppressor available and also the upgrade? Who is gonna go for it? I don't think so. There's a chance anyone's actually gonna go for it. We do see a team cruising by in the minimap though. Maybe they do want a taste of that, and yes, they do. Seal, go for it, please, and they will. Oh, Zake is gonna get his hands on that AMR, but no, it's a race. Who's gonna get to it first? And who got it? Who got it first? It's Zake. Yep, Zake has the AMR in his hands. I want to see this gun in action, but did he take it? No, I don't think so. He took it.
I believe someone has taken it.
I don't think so. None of them took it.
Well, we'll find out. If they didn't take it, someone else should. It is Miramar. It is Miramar, and that is the most powerful sniper in game.
It is.
The most powerful weapon in the game.
Considering it gives you the ability to penetrate as well, so that's incredible.
Yeah.
It can blow away vehicles in like just 2 bullets. That's
Remember how excited we were when we fired the first shot with the AWM and it connected and we saw the man in our crosshairs drop down? Well, the AMR makes the arm look like, well, a weaker weapon, basically.
yeah. But Maptex just unloading a lot of mags and putting in a lot of hurt and pressure in the front lines. It's Baron. Was able to at least suppress him for a while. It's Gremlin Storm in the front lines. Now they do not want to step out of the compound anymore. Baron has just done an incredible job keeping them under their toes, keeping them under their knees. And I'm pretty sure they don't want to even just step out of that building even once. Mini, though, in the hand. And Wally wants to inflict some pain and hurt. He's waiting for someone to just peek out of those windows. But no one is. Gremlin Storm as well is playing it so safe.
Let's see. I feel like Maptech, they need to realize they have a bunch of stalkers right behind them in the form
nice
of the lads
headshot.
from 1952. But the shot connecting on the opposition. Still not finding the knock as Knight just went inside the cover, ducked as soon as the first one hit. Now Maptech still repositioning the players, jumping in and out of those buildings. In one esports, just holding the high ground and finally decide to back off. You see them in the distance. Not a lot of action in this game so far. 12 minutes in, still 16 teams, 62 players alive.
And you were just mentioning the AWM. And it's going to be on the board too. AWM here too in the second airdrop. These are the best airdrops that I've seen so far. The first 2 airdrops are AWM and AMR. Who wants to go for it?
So the AMR is quite far away from, I don't think anyone's going to go for it right now anymore though. The arm is towards the west of San Martin. Let's see, quite close to the players of DAX.
Yeah, I don't think so. At this level, players aren't really that attracted by the airdrops.
Look at the elimination leaders though. It's all stalwart. It's all godlike stalwart.
Has to be. Has to be. Who else is going to steal the cake then? I mean, TDK is there, but the amount of lead that's already being created, the target, the bars have already been set high by the players of Stalwart. It's just crazy. And in the overall rankings too, look at this, Johnny. In the top 3 is 1952. Did you ever see that coming?
Not really. I mean, they have been quite incredible though, so far.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they have been very consistent. Again, it's about being confident. 1952 yesterday, I mean, the early clashes against A1, it wasn't like it was just not, it was backfiring upon A1 only. 1952 lost a few key players because of this fight. And today, because they have avoided them the entire time, they have had the opportunity to secure the games. They have been very consistent today. So being in the top 3 is an incredible position. And now it's just a question of how far can they go. Can they chase down or hunt down T2K? Can they take on the likes of Stalwart? But of course, that is when they return tomorrow.
We'll only be able to find that out in the future days.
In the next episode of Dragon Ball Z. I can't really do that voice.
Before now, let's not talk about Dragon Ball Z because these players are indeed turning Super Saiyan mode with the guns in their hands. But PUBG, I've also heard that PUBG is doing a collaboration with Dragon Ball Z too, so it's kind of cool.
Yeah.
It's kind of cool. Imagine someone just turning into Super Saiyan mode and just getting 4 eliminations at the same time and just clutching it out. That would be so cool.
That would be sick. It's going to be awesome.
Yeah, but on the elimination feed now, it's TRZ as well, getting engaged in some duels here and there. Maptex Esports, they have a lot of info to grasp on. Indeed, and intel that is quite vital. But how are they going to grasp all that vital intel, and how are they going to try to put it up to use? Because creating a strategy around that definitely has to be tough. Deadeye's Warriors realize there's another team in the back lines. Maptex Esports as well needs to be pretty quick here because they're barely on the edge of the zone. If the next circle shifts away from them, this is not a position you want to be in.
Let's see. I mean, as you said, it's not a position where you want to be in. Gremlin Storm memo is going to be dropped by Wally. DEW, the moment Gremlin Storm is out of the picture, Deadeye's Warriors, they're going to start moving in towards the players of Maptech. That's the only thing that's stopping them right now. The fact that they will get sandwiched if they step out. T2K Rig spotted out by Apex. So another team joining the party, but Baron is going to be dropped by Jane. So it's quite a nice heavy trade coming in from the players of T2K. Leo is going to be taken out to his knees as well. Apex and Wally, all that's left from the side of Maptex.
T2K still on top of the hill. Maptex in the front lines, they're already hurt. T2K, though, they're still looking at just peep on either side there. Deadeye's Warriors, one player knocked out there as well. So many fights happening at the same time. It's hard to cover all of them. But Gremlin Storm now up against the players of Deadeye's Warriors. A little bit too close for comfort. And East is going to take care of that player. He's going to send him West. Dictator out the fray. As now Fear might just be the second one to follow it up. But Fear has fear of all in the world. And he does not want to face East right now. Deadeye's Warriors successfully able to shook away the players of Gremlin Storm.
Let's see. A lot of pressure on all these 4 teams that are trying to play from the edge. The zone has moved very far away from them. 600 meters of absolute misery that they have to travel through this desert because they know what waits for them on the edge. Janmara, Snipe YT finishing off Fear from the side of Gremlin Storm as they become the first team to be eliminated from this match. 17 minutes in, 15 teams, 51 players still alive. And I think that those numbers are, well, they are going to decrease very, very soon in this particular match. As majority of the teams outside of the circle will have to take these fights before they move in.
John Mara, he sends a presence in the front. T2K now up against the players of Deadeye's Warriors. T2K Rig as well is taking down Doc. Oh, a lot of knockouts here and there. A little bit of punches, but nothing big happening yet. No eliminations yet. Still 15 teams are alive. It's just some little poke and go damage. Just trying to burn through some enemy meds. And T2K, Legend will be back up on his feet. That means T2K now will be a 3-man squad yet again. Skylights Gaming, finally they have all the 4 players up, and there's a chance they might just seal the chicken dinner. Oh, Gal's on one single bullet, and that's going to be it. Oh, this is an old rivalry. His own teammates in the past. Skylights Gaming is the one to just dig his grave.
Let's see, Jane on the other side is going to fall down as well. Snipe YT trying to spray down the opposition from the side of DEW, takes out one, but oh no, gets traded out instantly. DEW Even when their attention is split, they know how to keep each other protected. Skylight Gaming, Mafia Ninja with the Mini 14 in his hands is going to try and see if he can pick off a few points from all of this chaos that's happening right here. Let's see, though, the game's still at a standstill, 19 minutes in almost. The fifth zone is going to be in front of us, and, well, it is, again, an interesting shift of the circle right towards the players of Seal Esports, so it's a northwestern shift that we just witnessed. I mean, we will get to see soon.
TDK are looking pretty grim in the position they found themselves, and not really a game they wanted, especially considering they had a big advantage to try and close off the distance between the second and the first place. But TDK, they're getting picked off one after the other. Rig as well as following it up. Chain 2 goes down. Oh boy, TDK, they're left with only 2 players, in which 1 is still knocked out. And the fallen man needs the res. Maptex Esports as well, he's only down to a 2-man squad, but the next circle shift is going to be way too drastic. An astonishing circle shift indeed, favoring the players of Seal big time, but also at the same time, IHC's found themselves barely in it.
Well, let's see, as you said, IHC barely in this. They have to be extremely careful finishing off the players of VENOM Legends. Another one of the lads from the side of IHC. Demo chiming in over there. Is going to finish off Rips and DRS on the other side, taking on the players of DAX. And Demo is going to be dropped out, so IHC down to the last player. It's down to a 1v1 between VENOM Legends, Susan, and last lad remaining from the side of IHC. It's going to be quite interesting to see how this one goes down. Elementrix joining the party over here. Just perfect timing for the third party. Now they can secure both these points since IHC have been kicked out. I believe they are done and dusted. In this situation, at least, you do see the green, the slightly darker green that's there. Those are the lads of IHC. Yeah, they're still alive, but for how long are they going to be? That's the question, because now it's not going to be an easy fight. Instead of just fighting the lad from VENOM Legends, they're going to have to fight two different teams without knowing what is going to happen or how they're going to push. Susan, yes, definitely impressive shots.
Yeah, impressive shots. Just 4 taps and a knockout. Great firing, great precision from this man. But VENOM Legends is getting approached. They're getting charged on by the players of Elementrix. I love how IHC are playing this entire situation. They're keeping their heads tucked down. They're making sure they're not really making a lot of sound here. They realize they don't really have the man advantage to win these sort of fights. It's VENOM Legends and Elementrix at the same time in the same compound, just sharing the boundaries. Ripson is getting ticked off slowly and steadily, so he should meet his maker soon, and he will. Now Giant Mara 2 looking to knock on the doors of Skylights Gaming, and they will. Skylights Gaming crumble apart. Skylights Gaming out the game. 9 teams alive, 18 players in total. Giant Mara looking good so far.
Well, let's see, as you said, they are looking very good so far, but look at the shift of the circle. It's right on top of these compounds. The western edge of the previous zone, and all of a sudden the fate of Elementrix has been turned. All they have to do is take on the players of VENOM Legends and the lads from IHC, beat them down, and hold on to this compound till the end of the game.
Sounds easy, but it's going to be quite tough to execute it.
Oh, yeah.
Orange knows they're still in the front, so he's just firing through some blind. Smoke is there to provide the cover, but it's not going to provide the cover from the bullets. The bullets are still going to penetrate through no matter what. Precious was just blindly unloading his mags inside the smoke, hoping that maybe he'll find some connections, but the players of DRS are way too oily. They've slipped away from that smoke without even anyone realizing it. Elementrix still have their sights locked. They're hoping that maybe they've got the players of DRS in a deadlock, but DRS, they're free already. Killer YT takes down a player of Giant Mara. That's going to be it. The fairy tale ends for the side of Giant Mara here. But look at High Voltage Mullik just waiting patiently for his moment to strike.
Well, let's see though. The Molotov being lobbed by Kese. Zeke with a nade is doing a wonderful job. Now going for the push Atomic. Not a lot of room left for him to move around in, as the floor is lava at this point. And well, he might just burn down, but no, he manages to survive. From behind the rock, he peeks the jiggle in and out from behind the cover, takes the knock and secures the finish from the rear. Spooky shows up and just goes boo.
But still, the damage has already been done. Seal, They lost out on one player, but they have a 3-man squad still up and alive. Wally has the pan in the hand. He's moving up. Slowly and steadily, you will spot at the player from DRS. Nice! Strikes in like a snake, and we'll shut them both down. Wally just doing some light work. This is what you call heroics of a player. A big brain play coming in from the side of Wally. Just shuts down 2 players easily, not even breaking a sweat while doing so. Cool, calm, collected. And Maptex, they're somewhere down line now, finally starting to get a little bit of footing inside the game. Elementrix are the only team with the 3-man up and alive. Seal 2, they have 2 players up. Even IC, they have 2 players up here. High voltage. Still, Mullet can be a really surprising factor. The next circle is going to decide every single team's fate here. If it shifts on top of any team, there's a chance that that team will probably seal it.
Well, let's see, as you said. It's going to be quite easy for them to seal the victory. Elementrix, 3 players remaining. The man advantage is theirs. Seal Esports on the other side. It's trying to make this happen, trying to make the push happen. All of a sudden, the zone is in the middle of nowhere. And it's going to be quite difficult to make the climb, make the fight.
The zone has played some evil games.
Yeah. Also, I like what Susan is doing. He's been the last player surviving for the side of VENOM Legends for so long. He's just hiding on the rooftop. He's doing nothing. I don't think Elementrix know he's there.
Elementrix definitely do, or at least they're aware of the factor that there is someone on top. But they don't know how many players are on top. Elementrix, you can clearly do see the hesitancy as well of just moving out. Susan is trying to keep his identity anonymous, but now he will finally need to reveal it. From the back, it's IT too, so you cannot ignore that. That's a big danger. But IT as well needs to make it inside the circle. Big advantage for the side of Elementrix is the fact that they have a big man number available. IT, now they will need to breach through the defense of Elementrix, and B-Shawl is trying to defend it, but the nade from Godless will deny everything. Susan going for a med strat, but Godlick unfortunately will be strike down as IC is all by himself to just defend the fort. And IC will go back inside the zone because he has no other option. That's the only cover available. Susan will finally put the final nail in the coffin as VENOM Legend themselves will be eliminated. Orange from Elementrix and even Precious is alive. Elementrix with 2 players and other team with their solos. This is indeed looking a possibility that Elementrix might just seal it away.
Well, as we said about Stalwart, their habit is of getting 2 chicken dinners a day. Elementrix, they're going to settle for 1, and this one is going to be a good one as well, because the entire day has been dominated by the teams from Mongolia. Elementrix, the team representing the region from Nepal, getting the win. Precious is going to nade down Wally. That means Zeke is going to be the last. Casey is going to be the last man surviving, but it comes down to a 1v1 between these 2 lads. Precious, he's trying to move forward in the buggy. He's going to be spoiled out. None of the shots connect. Oh, down to 50 HP. Casey is switching the weapon to the UMP. Will this be enough to walk away with the win? Now has the nade being cooked, and if it lands too close to Precious, then he's going to be done and dusted.
Wow!
That's it!
Seal!
That's it! Seal Esports, another win! 5 wins for the Mongolians. The entire day being dominated by 1 region.
Impressive! Impressive! Today was the Mongolian region's day, and they have been looking unstoppable. We thought Elementrix might just take it, but that was not the case. It was Seal just stealing it away in the end. And oh boy.
I mean, we were close to the end of the game, and we didn't see it coming. I didn't see Seal winning this. That was out of nowhere, especially when it came down to the 2v1v1. I thought it was going to be the utility users from the side of Elementrix that could have definitely done the trick, but the 2 players not really sticking together with each other, and, well, a very good punish coming in from Seal Esports. Kudos to these lads.
Oh yeah, definitely. They deserve a round of applause without a doubt. Ladies and gentlemen, even in the chat, type some hearts. Put some hearts in for the performance that we witnessed today. And just show some love. Even if your team hasn't really done great, it's okay. Always hope. There's a lot much more days to come in the future lines too. And there's a lot much more opportunities. And keep this in mind. There's still that bonus game available that'll give them a big booster inside the grand finals.
Yeah.
Top 12 is what that matters. With that being said, we'll be right back after a short break.
Well, once again, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the PMPL South Asia Fall Season of 2022, brought to you by the Oppo F21, along with me and Necro right there. We're going to be your presenters for this entire event. And, well, all the matches for today are done. 5 games done and dusted, dominated by almost all the teams representing Mongolia right now.
Oh, yeah, pretty much.
Wow. Yeah.
Every single team have got their chance of variety, but Stalwart Esports is just a whole nother beast, so they deserve to. It's like the big giant needs the most amount of meals, so they've got the most amount of chicken dinner.
Yeah, I'm wondering, do we have a team from Mongolia that hasn't won a game till now? I'm gonna have a look.
I don't think so. I think so. It's just every single team that is in here. Yeah, Seal, they've got a chicken dinner. Maptex.
Oh,
Maptex,
yeah.
Yet they're missing one. Maptex is the only team, but this was a solid game from the side of Maptex because Wally was able to secure 6 elimination points with 753 damage dealt and 4 knockouts and the survival time of 25-16. Maptex Esports, finally they're showing a little glimmers of hope.
We just said they didn't get a chicken dinner, but yeah, they have the MVP though. And Wally is an impressive lad in his own right. I mean, he has been a part of the PMPL, a part of the South Asian circuit for a while. Impressive performance nonetheless from the side of Maptex. I believe it was just the fact that they lacked numbers in that last fight. Other than that, they could have closed this game out quite nicely, but hey, what's happened has happened, and Maptex, I guess we're going to see them make the climb tomorrow. Hopefully they get a little bit quick on the trigger, because before this particular game, they were sitting on the 15th position with just 42 points. This game is definitely going to help them out quite a lot, but let's see how far they can go tomorrow. Not tomorrow, the day after, though.
All we can do is just hope and speculate right now because, again, it's just the 2 days of the PMPL yet, ladies and gentlemen. It hasn't even been a week completely, and we're already seeing such high stakes, such high bars being raised from teams like TDK and even Stalwart Esports. But as I mentioned, TDK, they had a chance to overall just overcome the lead that the players of Stalwart Esports has thrown on the table, but unfortunately TDK just messed it up.
Well, let's see. D2K, it is going to be quite interesting to see as to what they do tomorrow, though, because now the difference that was there between them and Stalwart Esports, it is still going to be there tomorrow. And that's going to be an additional pressure on Train to Kill to just take the first position away. But looking at the match summary right now, Atomic from TRZ, highest damage dished out, 769. Highest assist going to Gyante from the side of DRS. We saw that in the match summary, in the player stats before this as well. But moving forward to the match ranking, 21 points to Seal Esports, 17 to Elementrix. Elementrix, I don't know what to say. I mean, we don't really see them pop off. But when we do, it is always going to be an interesting position. And this game was supposed to be there. So even though they got 17 points, even though it is a good game from there, and I'm still upset, I wanted them to win.
Oh, me too. But it's okay, you know? Maybe they're just saving it for another day. But Seal Esports, they've finally made their mark, Johnny. They've finally secured a chicken dinner. And this is the Seal that we wanted to see. Seal, they are on a verge of making a comeback. But the top 5, or at least the top 2, already has gone, or at least secured a big lead in order to crumble, or at least in order to make sure that Stalwart Esports are falling down. You will have to go demon time.
Well, let's see who will be able to, or in fact, which teams will be able to unleash the demons that they have. For now, though, I mean, I'm just waiting for the overall rankings. I want to see what is going to happen over there. Because today was very chaotic. We didn't see a single team maintain their position. Not a single one. Train to
Indeed.
Kill went down to the second. There is potentially, I believe, they can be dropped down to the third as well, because the difference already. No,
I mean, not just
alright, they
that.
don't get dropped.
Not
They're
just
not
that.
gonna
Speak
drop.
about
Yeah.
Skylights Gaming themselves. Today, they just been
Oh, yeah.
deactivated. They were nowhere in the competition to be seen. Skylights Gaming were just not present today. And for some reason, yesterday they had a good performance, and today was
Yeah.
a big drop off in there. So something needs to be done here, even from their side. So the upcoming days are going to be really crucial, especially if you want to make your mark in week 1 on that top 12.
Well. I mean, Skylight Gaming, I don't know what to say, right? Because yesterday we saw an incredible run from there, and which looked quite nice. They didn't do anything different today, but it's just the fact they were very unlucky in the matches. Today was not their day, dropping down from the top 5 to the 13th position, and I believe the drop is going to be even more significant after this match because they just got 1 point for that finish that was there, and I believe they got 1 or 2 for placement as well. We'll see when we have the overall rankings in front of us, but DRS now, that is what you call taking things to a whole another level. 10 finishes secured with 1525 damage dished out.
Exactly. And the damage graph you can clearly do see too. Yeah, DRS, they've definitely went ham in that previous game. We also saw teams are not really getting eliminated that early in that previous game. Miramar games have been slow and steady as we all expect them to. And that's what exactly happened today as well. But hopefully in the upcoming days, we're going to be seeing a little bit more early aggression. Early aggression gives a lot of opportunities for teams that are not doing good to at least gain a bit more confidence. And that's what the problem is. Teams that don't have confidence, they tend to not take fights. They tend to shy away from those fights. And when you do, when you're going to be scared to fight, you're basically second guessing your own skills.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. But let's see, what we were waiting for is right here, ladies and gentlemen. The overall rankings at the end of day number 2 of the PMPL South Asia. Godlike Stalwart still sitting on the first position, 123 points. We have Train to Kill on the second with 83, 1952 on the third with 73 points. And IHC, well, the start might not have been great, but they're going to make sure that they end where they deserve. On the first position, they've made a massive climb today, sitting on the 4th at the end with 70 points. But DE, Deadeye's guys, they are right behind, right on the toes with 70 points secured in total. The Warriors also extremely close, 60 points to their name.
Exactly. D Warriors 2, they got a chicken dinner on their name today, so that's a great opening, or that's the great way to close things out for at least today. Now, that's also going to boost their confidence up way too much. But on the other hand, on the latter half of the board, some big names right here. High Voltage, Maptex Esports, Giant Mara, Skylights Gaming, all the way to 15th spot. Johnny.
10 positions.
Just before 2 games, they were like on 10th spot. And now they're all the way down to 15th place. That means today was indeed the day of comebacks.
Yeah. And well, I mean, how the tables have turned. It is going to be quite interesting to see as to what Skylight Gaming are going to be up to tomorrow, though, because now they're going to be under extreme pressure. Well, a little bit, in fact. But on the other side, it's going to be very, very interesting to see how, in fact, they do improve things. A1 Esports, I believe, from being very far away from the competition, now they are quite close to being a part of it. They need to make sure that they get at least 2 good matches in the first few games tomorrow. They make it to the top 15, and then things will be a little bit easier. But Godlike Stalwart, I mean, look at those numbers. 16, 13, 14, 10 eliminations on Pika, but even he has 2,000 plus damage.
This just makes me keep my hand on my forehead and be like, what am I witnessing here? I mean, 10 elimination points from Pika himself. Being the IGL, he's still able to put up these sort of impressive numbers. Then you have Top coming in with 14 eliminations. Then you have Action with just outstanding performance, 16 elimination. I mean, call them the Giants, call them whatever you want. It'll be an understatement. They're definitely the gods of the entire PMPL South Asia lobby here. And to defeat them, you will have to be even better. And I don't know how is that even possible, but yeah, you will have to be even better.
And you're gonna have to do what the other teams do during the runs of the PMGC, because that's when the lads from Godlike Stalwart face the challenge. But it is gonna be quite interesting to see. At least now, Necro, we get to witness in real time if anyone has what it takes, and in fact, what will it take to bring down the gods? Godlike stalwart.
But keep this in mind too, Johnny. I mean, IHC is already breached in the top 4, and this is crazy. There's a chance that in the upcoming days or after another day, IHC will probably be in the top 2 as well, because we've seen a big drop-off in TDK's performance.
I mean, it can be. It can be. I mean, they can topple over T2K quite easily, but to take on Godlike Stalwart, I think that is definitely going to be a challenge even for the lads of IHC. Because today's run for IHC, starting off with them finishing 14th with 3 eliminations in the first game, then they sat out game number 2, game number 3, they got a chicken dinner with 16 eliminations, and that was the game that got them a decent number of placement points, put them in the top 5, and allowed them to be in a position from where they can make the climb. Other than that, the previous game, the match before this, even IHC was struggling. They finished 14th with no eliminations. So they just had one very amazing game today.
I mean, indeed, amazing games have been done from their side, but oh boy, I mean, DRS too, they're on a climb. VZ's club, they've surprised all of us considering they're still looking pretty good inside the top 10. Giant Mara still on the comeback, high voltage being pushed down so low. We've seen a lot of drop-offs, we've seen a lot of improvements, but the drop-offs have been quite upsetting too. I mean, a big performance drop-off from the side of Skylights Gaming. Yesterday we saw them playing really good, and that is something that has astonished me even a lot.
Yeah, I mean, it is quite astonishing indeed, but again, this is the peak of the competition, and you have to be at your best every single game, and there it is, ladies and gentlemen, what we were talking about, the 5 matches being won by the teams from a single region. The Warriors starting things off with a win on Miramar, then it was Sanhok dominated by Godlike Stalwart, IHC winning the Miramar, Godlike Stalwart winning the Erangel today, and Seal Esports getting the last Miramar of the day. Negro, it has always said, Godlike Stalwart, their strongest map is Miramar. We had 3 Miramars today. They didn't win a single one. They won everything but Miramar.
They're just good on every single map, no matter whatever you give them. They're just better on every single map. They didn't play the last Miramar, though, so they only played the first Miramar. And for some reason, it's like a tradition where Stalwart Esports, or at least in this PMPL, they're not able to open things on a great note, or at least from the first day. But we never know what's going to be the opening for the upcoming days. We never know how things are going to be looking like, but I love the switcheroos. I love the flips on the schedules as well, just mixing it up, just trying to spice things up and even keep the players entertained with the schedule as well. I just love the changes here and there. But yeah, overall, today was a Mongolian domination day. Are we going to be seeing some other domination? Because so far, even esports,
maybe,
even they are still in the bottom.
Man, I mean, it's going to be a while before we see A1 Esports dominate. I'm just going to leave it at that. I mean, we've seen them struggle for a while now. And today was a pretty decent day for them. Though they managed to have a few good games, leave the last position, move up to the second last spot right there. On the other side, I'm very happy with how TRZ played their matches today. TRZ were looking very impressive. I mean, they were also sitting on the third last spot, but they've managed to make themselves a part of the competition. They have one great game today. Tomorrow, the lads of TRZ, we can see them potentially make their way into the top 8. The top 8 should be quite within their reach within the first match they play itself. So that is one team that has been really impressive. 1952, I have to say, are playing out of their minds. They indeed are very impressive.
They indeed are. They are one of the most impressive teams from their own individual region. And I've always been saying this, even if you remember, even in the previous PMPL, I've always been saying this. 1952 has always been one of those teams that has struck me in a different way. They're not able to perform for some reason, but they always have the 4 individual set of players that are capable of doing wonders inside the fields. And they're finally able to show themselves up. They've finally found the sweet tuning, and now they're performing out of their minds inside this competition.
Well, they are performing out of their minds, and I think it's not just our minds that they're blowing. They are blowing the minds of their opponents as well, quite literally with the weapons that they have. But it is going to be quite interesting to see whether they can keep this flow going till the end of the week and make their way towards Livik. But ladies and gentlemen, we are done with our matches today. We're going to be coming back the day after tomorrow. Starting Friday is when the next 3 days are going to begin of the PMPL South Asia Fall Split. Until then, this is Johnny, joined by Necro. You guys are going to see us again on Friday, and we hope you tune in for the action. Until then, take care. Bye-bye.
I'm the real, real deal. I'm the real, real deal. Mission, it's a bang. You know my name. I'll be your everything. I'll be your high flame. you.